Well, howdy, team. Good afternoon to everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to the Super Robot Wars Archives. My name is Austin, and we are coming back to some Super Robot Wars Y today. It finally actually matters that I introduce what we're talking about, seeing as I'm playing multiple games on the channel again. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've played this. I have not touched it, as promised, since Monday, so while we're waiting for actual stream time to start, let me, familiarize myself with what we were looking at. There's another DLC mission too. There's a couple more. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I think I'm probably still going to do the this came from a past scenario to warm up kind of deal. But I remember, if I remember correctly, that we may have broken this game in half right now with Hayate. He has... Yes, he does in fact have a 25 SP cost press. I really would have expected, if you look at our assists, based on the fact that Cookie costs 3 assists and Mari costs 2 and she gives 50 SP, I was expecting press to cost 60. I think that puts it at the same price as Zeal from previous games when it's statted relative to itself. So I never would have imagined it was going to be that low. That at first I was thinking about it as well, maybe Cookie is costed more with assist because you get her immediately. You have her from opening when you have access to assist, and that could be true. But it's not like Hayate is that high of a level to get press, right? He only needed to be level 25. And I think we've seen pretty compelling evidence for a number of different ways that I've been underleveled most of this playthrough. So it feels like you really have access to Hayate's press super early on. And knowing that he has it means that we probably have other pilots that are going to have it too. It's probably not just going to be him. I see now why we had that thing filled in. Right, so actually, no, this is probably better. So what other possible pilots have this that we're just dropping, right? Is this actually what's his name? I don't remember. Where is he? Izuru. Does Izuru have this also? And that's actually going to make him not just viable but polarizing? Or just do one of these side pilots also have it, and that's actually going to make you draw to them. I could easily see the DLC characters having that. If Masaki had press, I would not be bothered by that because he's a DLC character. I would expect him to be it is the kind of fan service that I will tolerate. He's supposed to be from the past and thereby really good and cool looking. So I get it. But yeah, that feels in the way that people on the internet love to throw it around, but I do think it's probably appropriate here. That feels broken. Why would I be doing anything else? I actively have to stop myself from doing that. But maybe I'm overhyping it. We are going to find out today. I think we're committing most of our resources to Hayate. But I think we probably don't need that much help to do it. I was theorizing in my mind last night before as I was trying to think about prep for stream, and every point of assist we have is basically a kill. So if we have we have 8 assist cheers, so that's 16 kills. We start with 2 assist cheers, or 2 assist charges right now. So that's 18. Then we have, I think 5 through Echika. She starts with 3. So that's going up to 21. Then she has enough SP that I think we can squeeze 1 more out twice after a Mari activation. So that's 25. And Hayate is starting with 80 SP, so that's 3 to open. So that puts us up to 28 by my count. And then every 4 of them, and this is 7 instances of 4, is going to produce 2 more cheers, because every 4 kills, right? No, sorry, every 6 kills gives us another Mari. So what's 28 divided by 6? That's 4 and a bit. And we'll have 2 kills left over. So we're getting 5. We're getting 5 instances of 6 off of this, which is another 10 kills on top of it, which then produces another 6. So 1 more, so 11. So I'm thinking we're looking at like 39 kills with some like rough math estimation in there. It remains to be seen whether that's like actually going to like pan out perfectly, right? Because like 3 of our assists have gone to Shikishima in the past, but like we've maybe tried to offload that requirement onto having like maxed this thing's weapons. Right, we've tried to offload that here. Not that they can't stack with it, but maybe we don't need to. So I guess let's take that for a spin. Let's... I think there's still one of these we have not done from the past, though. Oh, but I guess technically they're not a past scenario. They are a modern one. Noah, The Will of Byston Wells, and Disaster in red. Noah, The Will of Byston Wells. Okay. Yeah, I guess they're technically not old scenarios. They are just in place of the old scenarios because we missed the kill requirements to get access to those. Okay. So, I mean, I guess we'll just do this one. Let's see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? I mean, incredible. Even more Macross upgrades. This would be impeccable if Hayate was not even in like his final form yet. Obviously, like, I don't think he needs to be. Well, not obviously. I am of the impression that he probably doesn't need any more upgrades to be viable, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to turn down having more of them, you know? Okay, this is an interesting position where these are in the middle this time, so presumably the excellence is in this spot. It would be weird if it wasn't. Okay, so we can do, like, a cluster of 4 here. Right, the Dynazenon does not need it because you go here, and how about you here? Yeah. The Dynazenon does not need it because it's going to be replaced with the Grid Knight. Oh yeah, the Grid Knight should probably be involved in the middle here somewhere. Or not the Grid Knight, the Knight Kaiser? Knight Grid? Oh, no. Yeah, it is Grid Knight. No, it is Grid Knight. It is Grid Knight. Kaiser Grid Knight is when they're together. That's what it is. Okay. He should be part of the larger group of 4. And then we have the triangle off of Lelouch, which is going to be getting, like, this group right now. I think that's our best call. We could, like, get someone over here, but I don't think that matters as much. Because I think just giving it to Hayate to open is the best thing we can do. So you go where the getter is, pull the getter forward, move Shion forward. Unfortunately, Suleta is kind of taking a back seat to things. I guess no, this works fine because he can go 1, 2, 3. He can go here. Yeah, that's fine. We've just not had a format that was like set up like this, where we're like in a big, nice, like a nice big square. We've largely been out in like a flat line, so people are just like not getting access to all of our resources. Okay. Objectives. Stella Bluffs destroyed, reached turn 6. We're also on final conditions already, so cool. There's Bogue, and Theo, and Zhao, and Keith. Oh, but he has been injured, upgraded, accented. I wonder if this is the mark of whether we're keeping him or not. Like, I still insist we could recruit him. That if we have Eye Patch Keith, that is beyond our recruitment opportunity. And if we don't have Eye Patch Keith, then we are. Then he's still like recruitable, maybe. Okay, Lilith, Heckler. Okay, so there's just so many bosses. Oh, this is different. I guess Save Us is like properly done now. Her name is Sistis. Like, I feel like sis, like sister, but like cyst, not spelled that same way, but like the thing that is like, you need a lance. Final hit, dodge rates, damage dealt, commander, potential. Okay. I guess maybe that is the like downside of. Well, hi there. I guess that is like the downside of Hayate is my number counting does not work against non-bosses. Also, 15,000 HP is a wild number. Yeah, so we'll see. You need to go here. How are things in the control room this day? I guess, how are things in the room? Do you have them under control? Okay, let's see what combat's looking like right now. Okay, so not as good as we would like. It does seem like we maybe need that second attack to make this really actually happen. Okay. Okay. Yeah, these HP numbers are getting like deeply inflated. I wonder, like, if we were just in hard, would he be the like absolute king of hard? Not too bad. Kind of slept, but anticipating Digimon Time Stranger until then, doing Honkai Star Rail. Is Time Stranger out today? There's so many things to keep up with, including video game news, and it's just as much as I want to, it falls through the cracks. I'm also going to be like even more flighty than usual. I'm in a bit of a competition with my friends for the month of October, and that has a lot of my attention drawn. Okay, we can go here, and we can take an attune off of L. This can at least like start the Hayate, right? Because that's gonna put it below 9,000. We'll take some damage here, but that's okay. Yep, in like 2 hours. Oh, sick. Midnight release. Pre-order exceed Bandai Namco's expectations. Physical copies are apparently going to be scarce at launch. I mean, like, glad to hear it when it comes to a Digimon property. I never love when, like, the tech industry requires us to fight, like, scavenging raccoons for our wants. But, you know, a series that has historically been... A series that has historically been underrepresented. It's nice to see that there's like a hunger for it. It comes in about an hour on stream. Oh, sick. Okay. Very cool. Well, more so than normal. I do not mind being second screen content because that's exciting. Surely Digimon's big chance, especially with how Pokemon is losing people. Yeah, no, this is they have their moment. They need to seize it. We will focus this turn because that puts us up to 100% on all of these, and then we can start going to town. I will tell you the name of it in a second. We're in Chapter 5. This is whatever the Macross side mission is in Chapter 5, but I'll get the name for you in a second. This is our first time seeing one of the upgraded Luminuses that has another villain in it, other than Savos. Or are we? Is this like feeling like Endgame? Okay. Phrasing the game is like having quote 7 chapters, but like chapter 4 being like 5 scenarios and chapter 2 being like 40. It's like I've got like no idea how the length of this. I would hope so. We're like at almost 80 hours, but we are Noah Brand's Resolve. This game kind of got long in the tooth, not gonna lie, but hey, I have an alpha playthrough, so I can't complain. Yes, you do, and I did see your comment. I didn't get to respond to it yet, in fact, you did not say too much. I will like fully comment on that once stream's over. But no, that was exactly the right amount. I mean, honestly, you could still do more. I live for people being excited about whatever it is that they like. I wish Y would not be over 100 hours. Yeah, or if it was 100 hours, give me like a quality 100 hours rather than a lot of this like filler 100 hours. Right, like we're fighting the same boss a lot. We're fighting a lot of these same missions a lot, and that is not necessary. Can we switch this to a Caladrius? Oh, sorry, it's not Caladrius, it's Calidus. I think I've probably been saying Caladrius this whole time because the like Roman bird of peace that feels like it's appropriate for Kira, but no, that's not it. We're also like really. They are also really going to town on our accuracy. Like we are not dodging anything anymore. Not that it matters, but cool. I always worry about overtyping in YouTube comments, especially replying to a video knowing you're like 2 or 3 videos ahead. I mean, no, it's fair. Like especially like as long as you are writing, keeping it in mind that this is going to be implemented, you know, in a couple of videos, not immediately. Then like no, we are all good. The worst problem is a lot of repeats. It feels like the plot wades through mud. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit on stream before. I'm not sure how much you've caught of the VODs or have been here live, but it definitely feels like part of the problem is coming from the like episodic choose your own adventure kind of nature to things. If we didn't get to like pick the plot order, that's really not going to happen as much. Not that I think my take is necessarily like. I don't think it's a hot take, you know, I think it's a pretty mild take, but I do acknowledge that like, that's probably what's happening. B is like my perfect length, which for a Super Robot Wars game, along with its linear routes. Yeah, I think I remember you saying that you like B a lot. I need to get back to like BXT. You just came here the first time ever? Well, welcome, NR151. Is there like a more of a pronunciation you'd like me to put on that? But thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm glad to see you. Gundam G-Plot and Gun X Sword and finally Ray Earth. Yeah, I need to play it just so I can like have something on stream where I can say that I've actually like seen that episode or seen that show. I love Gun X Sword so much. We need an Excel from Yomogi. Oh my word, NR151, you have no idea how tilted I have been about terrain. I am so upset about terrain and map layout. So, if you are unfamiliar, also X has a bunch of fun units. Yeah, you know, X, I've seen the list from X, it seems very cool. But yeah, if you've not heard my like tirades across multiple episodes of this, it tilts me to no living end that this is named base facility and this is named base facility, and there's like, oh no, sorry, these are both the same, but there's some base facilities that are +10/+10, and these are +10/+5. Like, there are some things that have, I guess it's not a great example, but there's some things that have like mountains and forests, and they just have +0 to them. There's space that looks exactly the same as other space, and it just randomly adds 10 extra like attack and defense. Why is HP? Why are these here? We've yet to see a building. We've yet to see a tile that gives me HP or energy regen. That's never come up yet. Why is that there? But I'm trying to like I'm trying to like map out everything in the game. So I'm making maps of this game. You can find them in the description if you're interested. And like trying to write it in a way that is vaguely cogent is one of the hardest things I've had to do. It is so frustrating. I feel like I've seen it a few times in the game, but it's barely there. Yeah, no, I actually, to that point, maybe this is what you're talking about. I also do have marked where there is terrain that just like shouldn't be where it is. Like there's water in the middle of like ground. There is plains in the middle of forest. It's just like heinously bad. Okay, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I forgot just how much. I forgot just how much extra range we have with this. That's good, and we also need to be moving all the time so we can read dynamometer ourselves. X is weird for me. I feel like I love the series selection, but the overall tone and isekai nature of the story makes me extremely sad. But hey, I won't ever complain about Buddy Complex, Code Geass, and Gurren. I mean, yeah, no, I think was that the one you were talking about before? I think we talked about this one. This is where the the girl with magic and her pet parrot came from. That it was like the plot put these things together in a way that was very like, oh, okay, I guess we're just all here, but it was cool to see them all be here. Buddy Complex combo attacks are guilty pleasure of mine. They're technically vid, but I love using them. I personally hate how the Valkyries feel boring to me. The Valkyries in this game or in other games. Because yeah, no, I've also been a big salty about the fact that we can't actively transform things in this game. But yeah, no, this feels like deeply like padding. We have the same, this is all the same stuff as usual. Though it is like giving something for the rest of our units to do. This game, I've seen them in A Gaiden. Okay. I am but a newbie to this series, so if you've played a number of these games before, then you definitely have things up on me. I generally like the older games, but it's taken me a minute to like get through everything, so if you feel free to reference other games, but odds are I will have not seen them. But if you saw yesterday, I just started uploading a playthrough of Alpha, so I will definitely be seeing. I'll definitely get the Gaiden at some point, but just once that one's done. Yeah, Macross is more military. They are supposed to be grunt units, but taking away their duo forms kills their individuality. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't mind the idea of grunt units. And like I think we've seen this series do it well in the past. But yeah, I still think the word for this game is slush. That a lot of units feel nigh indistinguishable from each other. This is fine. Gaiden does have an English translation, wink wink. That's good to know, thank you. I was thinking that I'm like kind of taking the coward's way out by just like not translating Alpha to be able to talk about. I will fully concede. I wasn't going to mention this if it was like maybe doable, but I will fully concede that I was looking at how to make translation patches last night, and it's so much more complicated than I could have imagined, and I expected it to be complicated. Yeah, I hear everyone is like super jazzed by W. I know I need to like get around to it. Yeah, maybe that's what we pick up after I'm finished with Y as the like main thing we're playing. I don't know. Come on. Yeah, this enemy HP has just like absolutely skyrocketed since this last mission. I don't think we have, actually, sorry, no, hold on. We've not analyzed any of these. We don't, let's see. The fact that they dropped more enemies on us, despite the fact we were in final conditions, like, I think they've done that a couple times before. Does have me a bit worried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, nope, 6. That's 12,000. If we Shikishima, that's putting us probably up to like 13k. We're like getting close. We're also like short 10 morale. I think we're just going to be shy of hitting that 15,000 this time. Yeah. There is a fan. Why fan beloved games are like Alpha Z haven't been fan translated yet, ignoring the sheer size. Stream Series W and GC would be fun. Okay, sick, great. I appreciate that feedback. I will definitely keep that under consideration. The HP is really bad on later runs. I spam the combattler assist every turn in gameplay. What is? Oh yeah, Roped. Yeah. No, I have definitely thought about bringing Roped back on the team. We can intuition. That's probably enough. We don't need to crush. So actually, we probably want to save. We probably want to save him if we can get something else. The fact that I can't get to them with the Dynazenon is like kind of painful. Though I think actually, hold on, we have a charge. We can use the We can use the cannons. I was saying when am I ever gonna actually get to use the charge on Galma? But I found the reason. I do think Roped is one of the best. He's definitely like up there. My like one qualm is just how expensive. Like 4 assists is a lot to ask, especially in the face of now seeing that like Hayate has press at 25, which is like effectively 1 assist. So like Mari and the 2 that give press, the 3 that give press seem just like so vastly superior taking extra turns. Yeah, I don't like it how they balance late game, just HP inflation and a lack of terrain. I agree. I find that kind of way of dealing with difficulty exceedingly boring. I want complications. I mean, like you heard me say a lot this playthrough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've heard me say a lot this playthrough that like I want to be able to. Did we already press? We already pressed. That. I would like to be able to like look at like skills and abilities of enemies and like have to plan around them, and that be the difficulty, not that just like number is bigger. Like let me look at abilities that I have to like interact with, because so many of these abilities they hit even more HP. Great. Because like so many of these abilities are just like a passive buff that I'm like, okay, cool. Well, it's there, but I can't do anything. Watch a flying. Yeah, no. I'm. That's why we brought Hayate back over here, because these enemies have now spawned and it's a real problem. Am I allowed to ask? Do you have any early thoughts on Getter and Alpha? Yeah. Yeah. Let me. I guess let's save Hayate for a second while I'm trying to like match through the rest of this with these. Yeah. So. My early thoughts generally about this whole situation is, hold on, let me be clear. For the game Alpha, so we moved away from this for a second. I do think that the Getter so far has been appropriately impressive for how costly it is to have like 3 deployment slots be taken up by them. But because we're like still in early game, it feels deeply it feels deeply biased by the fact that they're not actually taking up costs for me, and that enemies are like really, really low quality, right? Like we're one-shotting practically everything. And that does not, like, that feels too good. I definitely, I don't think, no, yeah, you haven't seen that yet. But I definitely am like scared of generics expecting to die to them, and there's just like nothing there. And the fact that you can like separate out and the like jet forms actually like do work, like they can like kill units on their own, definitely feels like maybe worthwhile, but we'll see if that like actually keeps up with like later bosses. Those are my preliminary thoughts right now. Always use your spirits. Oh boy, Multiverse Jango Fett, don't you worry. Do not you worry. I am a big advocate for spending spirits. Not using your spirits is so disappointing because you just like that SP all gets wasted. It's all just wasted. Okay, so Twinkle definitely is going down this turn. Is this within range? No, it's not. We just need someone else to hit it. The problem is we just have like still too many support units over here. I would prefer Domon to be the one to actually get the kill because he can like follow up on the rest of these enemies and probably take them out. But Cross is not doing hot. Does he have a charge? I think he has a charge. If they are different forms, I fear Mazinger would be the same with the Piloter. Oh, I like they are different forms. I fear, yeah. The pilot. I was surprised how competent the Piloter felt. I mean, like you heard me go like 1200 armor must not be a lot because I'm expecting this to just like be really wafy because it's like a small little jet in the head. But like no, it actually like has some like appropriate defense properties. This was 15,000, so what, 30, it's not quite 30,000, it'll be like 28,000. Okay, so I don't think that plus Cross is a kill. But we have lots of SP to spend, or lots of assists to spend. So we could, I think let's lock this in for now. And then we can Chikishima Domon to get like a lot of extra power because we're gonna get that plus 200 twice. Yeah, another good. Oh, the separate combat, combined combat sounds interesting. Yeah, no, it's like one of my favorite things to do with those units. We just like don't get to see that anymore, and it's like definitely very potent. What's your opinion on the removal of jet forms? If you're asking me, I absolutely despise the fact that all of these forms have been reduced to actually who has one. Does I guess Shion does. Where did I put him? Like, this doesn't do anything. This is just flavor. This is just the gimmick. Like, I don't care. It just removes complexity, and I think that's boring. W hate how we are eliminating singular forms and transformations. They also had nice niches sometimes. Yeah, no, like, don't remove complexity. Just make the default what if you want people who don't have to think about the game to do. And then like give the space for other people to be able to use the more complex elements because they want to. Yeah, I wrote that in the Super Robot Wars Why questionnaire. You know what? Given the fact that I have like an online presence, I probably should like. It's probably too late to fill that out now, but I probably should have done that. Okay. Yeah, so this plus Domon is definitely enough. So why don't we... Actually, no, we can do this. We can just tag this right now. They have a Zeal from combining. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Domon, you are going to take this press from Cookie. Yeah, I did it last week on the last possible day. See, this is what happens when I don't have when I have opted to not have access to social media. Is I miss all of these things that I probably should be like responding to. You open with a fortune right now. Yeah. I do get them making it simpler, but they want broader audiences, which means streamlining things and lean into see your favorites do flashy attacks. Yeah, I mean, I understand how we got here, but I do think that there are like ways to not make that be the case, right? Like we've always been able to switch, like we've been able to switch pilots around a lot, and that is inherently a more complex system. But like the pilots that are in units, oh, that's a shame. Wasn't paying attention there. The pilots that are in units to start are inherently the ones that are like ones that work in them. So then you don't have that problem of like needing someone to switch to be able to play the game well. Or like I said, right, like let the unit that they are in function normally if you don't have to transform them. So if someone doesn't want to have to, then they don't have to. But for the rest of us, then we can if we want to. Early game, they earned the tactics genre. As the mid game and late game approach, it started easing up. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so look, I think I've described them as becoming more like Dynasty Warriors games. What's your favorite press assist? Mine is Naya and no, if I got the name. Is it Naya and Keen? It's the two from the Dunbine movie where Shion comes from. Yeah, that one, yeah. I don't know yet. I really like Cookie because I think as I have it right now, also we need to start using some presses. As it stands right now, I think I like Cookie better because I like having, so far I've liked having one of each of the sets of blue, red, and green. And Haname, Shikishima, and Otaki all seem like a good selection of red, so I don't really have space for Nia and Keen. Whereas for green, I have Reina and Neo like locked in as my set of as two of my green. I just don't have a good third. So like Cookie is taking up a space that is like more free than Nia and Keen are. Yeah. But I also don't know if like doing all three of those is worth it. It's just like hard not to when like blue also deeply wants Mari and Mirialia. But like Astonage is fine, but like if I took, so if we switched Cookie to red, and if we switched Cookie to Nia and Keen, and we switched Astonage to someone in red, then we're like still also only getting 5 of the 6 for red, so like that's not actually improving anything, you know? Ropit is third green for me. I think all 3 is best IMO. Okay, yeah, that's so far what I've been feeling. I like the effects don't stack enough for me to feel like I need to like want to do just one color. I don't want spirits, I want assists. But the girl from, is it her name Chisei? The girl from Dynazenon also does offer press for you on maxing her out. So like that's also something. I do not use Astonage much. Okay, so like I partly use Astonage because I'm just like an old head. And I'm like, well, obviously your supports are really good. So I've been using that to like as an excuse to level up lower quality pilots with the repair devices. And like him healing double HP means that they get double XP because the game still goes, well, you healed X amount of HP, so you're gonna get XP for that. So like it is in fact giving us just so much XP on these support pilots, which is giving us access to some pretty decent spirits. That was like my logic there. I like assist because it gives non-MCs something to do in the game, but God, are they even more backbreaking than anything else? Yeah, no, it's they are definitely the most broken part of this game. And like any time you have, like, this is true for like literally any game, whenever you have this like effect that is like sitting outside of the game's normal parameters, it's always going to be like one of the most oppressive parts of playing that game. Yeah, because like T had a system that was like this, and V had a system that was like this. They didn't call them assists, but like there was something equivalent to it, and they were like busted too. Was it supporters? Yes, maybe supporters was the word. But honestly, it was way less broken system compared to EXC. Yeah, that's also the part I was thinking of. Like, all I remember was one of the VXT, in VXT, I had a battleship that could grab people the way that Lacus's battleship can grab people, but just like whenever I wanted. So I was like skipping people across the map, like really far away. Okay. Oh, right, no, this still is not good. This is also doing less damage than it was before. Is this terrain that doesn't look like terrain? No, it's not. Okay. Weird that. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a good turn too, which is like usually how this ends up going. But EXE was much more balanced because it was per unit. You could hop from one end of the map to the other. Yeah. I feel like maybe I gotta play whatever EXE was in, because I feel like it being per unit seems more busted. That just means I have more pools of it to draw on. Like, I gotta figure out a way to make it so that I'm grabbing it on multiple people, but like, that's fine. If I just have multiple of them, that's gotta be busted. Alright, I think this is probably the plan. Let's just like clear out all this stuff. You can take both of these out. EXE was a thing in T you experienced? Okay. Oh, did I not actually use it on him? Stupid. Oh man, it'd be great if I could like actually play this game well. I disagree. EXE by X, it was way more broken. At least Unity cost way more than Resolve. What does Unity do? I'm not familiar with the name of that spirit. I don't think. You need to switch to Burning Finger. Yeah, that'll work. Nope. We also like deeply need Domon to get some like spirits that matter now, because he's like basically one-shotting everything. It doesn't take any damage. I just like need him to get something that like pushes the game forward. Like give me a smash, or give me like press or something. Oh, am I just stupid? Is that what I've been using this whole time? Oh yeah, no, it is called Unity. Yeah, see, Unity is new to me. I'm just like, oh, Echika has the win button is how I've been thinking about it. Yeah, no, Unity, I think Unity is a mistake of a spirit. I don't know, NR151, we've been talking about this a little bit here too, that if I can get a way, if I can just get a single way to cost reduce my spirits at all, we can go infinite. Yeah, if you can make it cost 60, especially in the face of getting to restore 50 for 2, you can go infinite. You can absolutely finish every scenario with just one turn, because you can have an infinite amount of assists, and that's like absolutely busted in half. And you shouldn't be able to do that, I don't think. That's how you broke endgame? Yeah. Is it with Reiko, I think her name is? I'd say we figured out. People already have gone infinite on Reddit and YouTube. Yeah. Well, sadly, I was not the first. I was too slow. But, you need at least 2 Unity users, though. You only, if you have Echika and you have any cost reduction, her plus Mari is infinite. Because Mari restores 50 SP per 2, and Unity is 3 per 75. So that equates out to 25 per one assist every time. So if you break that cycle even a little bit, if you have Echika at 60, you will be netting assist every cycle through it. It's hunkin' slow, but it would work. The Domon probably was supposed to keep going here. I do think Shion might end up dying. but that's a price I am willing to pay. Okay. Can Sho get over there? Oh, he hasn't used Excel yet. Yeah, we can definitely get over there. Like, that's probably going to be... Yeah, we're already dodging this. And then Hayate can come in and finish this off. Yeah, we just, like... Hayate is not doing enough damage yet. I don't know what we need to do to, like, push that more. Then I did it wrong, since there is 8 for full SP and love and max rank I used. Yeah, no, if you want to do it... If you want to do it with the, like, max out your SP, you need, I believe, over 300 for it to be, like, valuable at costing 8. We need press. I'm also, like, saying this with utter confidence, having not done it myself in the face of someone who has done it, so, like, who knows? I could be wrong. I say things very confidently, and then I'm, like, really wrong about it, but we'll see. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Absolutely correct, especially with Shion. I'm like, I don't know why he's still here. I like keep ragging on this poor man so much. I could just like let him go home. He could just sit down and then wouldn't have to deal with my like hounding him for not being a good pilot. Well, oh, I keep wanting recover to be repair, and it never is. It never is. Yeah, this is probably roughly fine. You need to get a heal now. What is your max HP? Okay, so trust is probably all you need. Yeah, anything else is excessive. And then Hayate can, like, variable combat here. And sets up for next turn. I think that's probably fine. Okay. Oh, I also moved the Jet Jaguar. Hayate is way too big for me, but he gets an additional attack. If he gets an additional attack, then, like, I am, like, super, super here for it. Oh, yeah, no, he's super dead. I definitely, like, threw this man out to die. That's a shame. That's fine. There's the fact that, like, when you lose units, there's literally no downside to it. Like, you don't have to pay anything, also, I think is a misstep. If you type SRWY Infinite Assist, there's a YouTube video showcasing it. Okay. Well, I want to figure it out myself. I don't want someone else to tell me how to do it. I know this wasn't directed at me, but I suppose you've watched it then. Are they using roughly what I'm describing, or are they doing something different? Because, like, the thing with infinite combos is usually there are a lot of them when they start showing up. Actually, no, we just take this hit, and then, yeah. Because we want to be at low for persist reasons. Yeah, that's fine. The only downside is the EN regen on the A Advent. Why is that a downside? Counter or take the launcher. Yep. Oh, because you don't have DLC, I need your reaction to the song Ikenai Borderline, the Macross song for battle and concerts. Okay, I'll make sure I pop it on then. Is it the one that plays when Hayato is fighting? The unit count affects the energy regen, so losing units. Oh, I mean, like, we just don't use we just like don't use the energy regen on the Advent though. Like, that has not been a thing that has mattered. Is that enough to survive that? No, that's not. Okay, that's a shame. Can we wall it also? Sick. Perfect. Double lives another day. I think, speaking of like reduced complexity, I think this also deeply reduces complexity, that just like everything moves on the first turn. I don't mind that this is fine. I don't mind that a lot of things move on the first turn. No! I don't mind a lot of things moving on the first turn, but everything moving on turn 1 is just like so is like it makes the scenarios it makes them all sort of mush. True, I read the description of the ship. That's fair. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, like, she's never using all of her energy. I do like that there's a way that she gets to be a combat unit. Like, I miss when battleships got to be combat units, but I don't think this is at least not the team for it. Hayate's theme is instrumental of the OP, a different banger song. Ichido dake no koe nara. Is that a hardest difficulty thing? Which part? The like reason I'm taking that much damage, or the reason that I don't have to pay money for it? If that is part of the hardest difficulty, I feel like that made that too easy. I don't want that my hardest difficulty. Okay. Or just that I'm not using like Echika for like real combat. Okay, Hades, like we can definitely kill Hadios this turn. It's just about like what else can we do with the rest of this? Are any of these low enough for? No, I meant all the enemies moving on the same turn. Oh, that could be. At least as far as when I've been mapping so far, I've mapped like almost all of Chapter 2 by this point, and they are also generally pushing pretty early on, and I'm mapping on casual difficulty. Man, okay, this can be our first press. We're already at 152 morale though. Because I see a lot of enemies not doing it on hard unless you aggro them. Interesting. Okay, maybe but even on casual, I'm like not pushing forward. I'm like retreating, in fact, to like let them come into me to see which ones are moving. Because right, if I like stand next to an enemy and it's not their turn queued to move, they would still attack. Where are we at with SP? Okay, we can. All right, we need someone to have parts assist here. Then we need. Here's Mari. This bumps us up one more. Spirits, Unity. Okay, there's that little bit for free. I guess we could press off of Hayate and move in. We like need to collapse on Keith. I think he's still one of our like most fearsome of enemies. Oh no, Rudely Stella also did not move. This maybe I'm like not treating this with the same like with the level of like difficulty it requires. This is like we're probably gonna be hero bit. There's a lot of boss going on. Okay, how much? We're doing like 5,000. Maybe I was just wrong in doubting Kira. Maybe Kira is still just the way that this has to go. This is probably lethal. Yeah, so let's rest you. I still maintain that Hayate is good because he has a really cheap press on him. But maybe he was like good carrying into mid game, or like maybe we just like maybe we're just like one resource short of. We're like just slightly short of like getting him to pop off. Keith is so annoying with the dodging. So have you found that to be like the case? Once I got past the like defense scenario where they were all rushing in, we just like have such a confluence of spirits at all times that like I just get to choose that everyone always has 100% accuracy, and it feels like it doesn't matter anymore, and like that's lame. Also, I think you said you were on hard mode. Did we use all of them already? No, wait, no. I'm sure we still got some left. Okay, let's just try this. This has worked for us in the past, so surely it will work again. Is this lethal? No, that's not yet. Okay, so we can have... No, this will work. This is fine. We can have Daba weaken something else, right? Like, He can chip. In fact, actually, none of these. He could chip like this Kedora, but that's not good. I don't want to chip the Zamzaha because we want that for our second wave of dragons. This isn't worth it. I just found him annoying, and I save spirits a bit. Also, he gets high hit rates too. He does get high hit rates, but it feels like every other person's got intuition, so I'm just like throwing them around. Throwing my spirits around. I do spend my spirits like very readily, so that maybe that is our difference here. Then again, I really hate fighting Windmere in general. They are tankier than most super units. Yeah, no, I don't understand why these little jets are so survivable. That is definitely criticism I have rendered against them. We can't have. I mean, I guess we could have Daba next to the Strike Freedom, right? Like we could go here and do this and get a support off of the Strike Freedom for a barrage, because that's not going to consume a second turn. We'll like figure out a way to make sure Daba doesn't die, whatever. But I was kind of imagining we were going to like attack from here and then use Hidden Away to like get out of combat, but like maybe we're staying, get the support off of the Strike Freedom, and this will like probably put the Zamzaha into near lethal range for the map attack. I think that might be the plan. The minus, yeah, this barrier, and because the fact that this barrier is like everything is like really good. It's easily weird because Macross jets aren't known for being durable. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like this feels very much a gameplay story segregation. It does not make it feels very weird. So we're gonna, I guess we'll force C off of who? Siegfried. He doesn't do anything else that we care about. I guess he can analyze, but that's fine. Yeah, let's try this, and we'll figure out what healing looks like once we've like figured out what this area is going to look like later in this turn. And because this doesn't hit our allies, that doesn't matter. Have you been pressed yet? No, you have not. We are running low on assist, though, but that's fine. I mean, in W, the Nadeshiko enemies are really tanky. If you do not beam them down, Windmere is annoying since you have no real countermeasures. Yeah, the no countermeasures part is what I've been saying about a lot of these effects, is that, like, I want my strategy games to feel like my failures are my own fault, and that, like, I could have planned better, like, I could have taken better actions to react to them. But, like, there's just, like, there's no reactivity to just, like, having, like, inflated stats because of spirits, or because of abilities. Like, I can't interact with that at all. Yes. Hold on, wait, are we pressed? Yes, we are pressed. Because we're definitely, this would be really bad if we weren't pressed. I think we can move up, we're allowed to move up here now. Yeah. And then we get to do that a second time. We can get the rest of the assists off Fa now. I think Fa's the last one who was holding them. Yeah. At least Shalio has the excuse of being a boss, but an unmitigated minus 40. Oh yeah, no, I hate fighting Shalio so much. It's such a drain. We need another press. It will not pierce random Windmere units. Okay, do you have pierce on anybody? Because I think the only pierce I have is from a single assist right now. I don't think I've seen anybody else get pierce, because that would, like, real help. He's just as annoying in 30. Okay, great, cool, wonderful. Also, sorry, he's in 30. Control room guy. How have we been slighted this badly that not once but twice do we have Resurrection and we don't have a Cornelia? What is going on here? 2, 3, 4. I guess we just stay here. Pierce is a normal spirit. Yeah, no, I know it is. I know it's a spirit that you can get on people. Just I've not had a single pilot that has had it yet. The only way I have had access to it was through. Don't remind me. Sorry. Um, yeah, the only way I've had it so far has been assists. But like I'm sure that another pilot will be able to get it. I just haven't had access to it. I think we're just gonna keep doing this. I guess the press on Kira is still like actually maybe just better because we're attacking so many other enemies at the same time. Keep using the movie. Keep using the movie until we get our Cordelia mech. Rose can wait. Yeah, correct. Okay, now we can push forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. We also probably could have funds to that one, but that's fine. I think this is good, and then Kira's like sorted for the time being. Then again, I'm not the biggest fan of Resurrection units. The Shinkido is way nicer looking. Also, the Garand 8 elements. Well, if this is your first time, this is your first time being here, NR151, I will gladly inform you, and you'll see at the end of today, though I don't think we're going to be doing Code Geass at the end of the day. Usually how I wrap up streams is like talking about unit design. We've been talking about Resurrection. We've been talking about Resurrection for the last couple streams. So if you don't want to have to go back and watch the VODs, then I totally understand if you don't want to. I will supercut all those together at some point once we can like get through each of the series, but I will be talking about unit design. So if you want to hear my thoughts about the unit designs of Resurrection, you'll have that. The Code Geass movie will keep being used until morale improves. Yeah, exactly. Okay, spirits, analyze. Oh, sorry, this is not Hadias. This was Dante. Hadias is the one that looks like the Headless Horseman. He looks like a Dullahan. Charge. The VODs. Oh, and that's true. And Control Room Guy has kindly provided us timestamps for all of the VODs. So if you also just want to like go and click to the analysis, you have that option too. Also, the frame codes are really odd. We do talk about that. We haven't talked about the Lancelot one yet, but yeah, we've roughly said it on stream. I do not find them as offensive as it sounds like a lot of people do, but like, I will be the first to say they do not look like Code Geass units. Why are they the way that they are? Just force me to use. Why are they the way they are? Just force me to use hit and away on them. Oh yeah, like the actual like play with the units. No, the play with the units is the worst thing. It is so unpleasant. I was so disappointed when they just like didn't do anything. Like they did not improve the combat capabilities of any of my pilots whatsoever. Like we stopped deploying Callan because of it. Like she was doing well before, and I know I could just take them off, but it was just like everyone else got upgrades that actually like changed their ability to participate in the fight, and instead Callan got a quote upgrade that required me to like do something to get her back in the fight. It's like so bad. We don't need to be spending both Sekihatek tokens here. Interrupting Burning Finger will probably still do it. Yeah. A slash will not. Yeah, just like give Domon Crush, please. Look at all this SP. Look at all this SP this man is like not contributing to our cause with. But still you persist? We fought you like 7 times. You need to be the one that goes home. I can't. Yeah, that seems fine. The only redeeming quality is they get map attacks. I mean, I guess, but I am not the greatest lover of the map attack. Despite just using them with Kira. Like Kira's feels really good, but I'm never so impressed by them. Can we just one-shot Keith? I think we might be able to. Analyze EU. Then This is 170, so this is what? 34,000. We are, how short are we on morale? Well, now, okay, hold on a second. Why is the Shuffle Alliance not boosting the Grid Knight, the Kaiser Grid Knight, up to 190? Huh. Is there something on Galma that I'm, like, not paying attention to that was, like, putting him to 170 before that? Oh, I was. He is break morale limit. Okay. So actually switching those parts before didn't matter. Okay, hold on. I'll write notes for this. We do need to get break morale limit on the Kaiser Grid Knight ASAP. Kaiser Grid. Break morale level 3. Domon would not be my vote for Crush. Also, Master Asia was my best damage dealer. I'm assuming Master Asia is a secret because he pretty much always is. Why not Domon for Crush? Just because of, like, story gameplay reasons? Or, like, do you feel like it's not mechanically sound on him in a way that I'm missing? Spirit's only giving us plus 3%. I guess we're probably just gonna, we can't one-shot Keith. We'll chip him once. Yeah, but you easily get him. Okay. I figure so far we've seen pretty much all of the secrets become made available to us at a point. So, like, I figure he'll probably be around at the end, maybe at the end game more than. If we could also get is it not? Is it Rush? Charge, and we get a charge on Koji, or like get some way to put charge from an assist. I would also be happy. So we're gonna like also use Rust Tornado places. I believe Master Asia is tied to Domon's score, so you have nothing to worry about. Okay, sick. Crush is more a support spirit for secondary attackers or multi-pilot mechs. I mean, yeah, that's true too, but like, where is Domon? Hold on. Oh yeah, he's. I confused that for the Strike Freedom. But because we have second attacker on him, I'm pretty sure we've seen so far that Crush is being applied during the first attack, and then the second attack would benefit off of it. And like, he is a martial artist. That feels appropriate for a martial artist where you just like smash through their block because your punch is so powerful that they're like unable to block you well. Yes. I guess we could get XP for this. We could cheer. Sure. And also Master Asia apparently requires you to kill a bunch in one map. Well, if it's with Domon, odds are we probably did it. Evade program up, cool. Just, does this game not give you skill program ups? Is that just like not a thing that it does because of how multi-attack works? Because it feels like that's what's happening. Okay, we're just shy there, but that's fine. Crush does not increase damage on first hit. The tutorial also says so. Not on the first hit, but if you have second attack, doesn't it increase it for the follow attack that you are making? I'm pretty sure it increases it for the follow-up attack that you make. Skill ups are rare and mostly ace rewards. Okay, then we've just been wildly unlucky with the ace rewards we've been getting, because we've not seen a single skill up from any of the ace rewards, I don't think. Or if we have, it's been like one. Oh right, we already analyzed them earlier when we were doing the map attacking business. Second attack, unsure. Hopefully it works. Yeah, well then hold on. We don't need to be hopeful. That's unfortunate how I moved these. Okay. We can fix this. We don't need the morale, so you can just recover Sule to have some stats. Oh, but you were supposed to go in the Grand Garand. That's fine. Then, what are we looking at here? 8,800. Okay, so both of those need to be chipped before we can kill them. That's fine. This will work. Is Raise Spirits one turn only? Yes, it is unfortunately only one turn. It would probably be too good if it lasted multiple turns. I mean, okay, sorry. I guess maybe this is the question you're asking. It is one round. Like, it will last into enemy phase, though. We have a press here. We just need a cheer. Oh, no, it was supposed to be a blast, but that's fine. We've got the spare. Okay. Could you give me? The fact that Hayate is also getting, like, pretty well always 2 points per ranged feels good. Okay, so someone needs to chip Gerald too, but we can just, like, macro missiles from here. Yeah. Man, okay, that focus was not enough, which is a shame, but we still have Mari, so that's okay. Oh, it helps that this is a boss too. That's probably why. Get some XP, or some SP, please. So I am correct in my head. What does that mean? What did I do wrong now? Oh, we need you to. I'm also questioning the level balance too, since you can force higher levels. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can definitely do that if you want, which is also why I'm like, I don't grind at all ever, because there's just no need to. Micro missiles. Use that bless that we just got. Okay. And then assault maneuver? No? Okay. We'll have to be very low combat. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, we can still do that, and that is going to be lethal, and then we're also going to actually get some energy back. Is worthwhile, so let's bless again. I guess we can cheer too. We should be cheering all of these. Especially with Teoria and the Witch of Mercury supporter. What with Mio? No need to grind in front missions. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no need for it. Oh, I forgot to press him. Well, that's a shame. Okay, that's fine. You can have a faith from Yume. That'll keep you largely safe. The one reason that we're still using the Lancelot Whitefang is this is a lot of extra movement for Suzaku. And he also has the ability that, like, actively wants him to take damage. So at least we can, like, safely let him take hits with the Whitefang and, like, get Curse of Geass up to, like, using its passive. Then you need to be in the fight. I only do it on my second playthrough to do ASOL pilots. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That is like also how I will do things, but then I also just, like, at that point have literal zero qualms about coding things in, because I'll be doing it for the purposes of, like, making documentation for this game so that everyone else can, like, see what's happening. It's why I also don't like the non-linear choices that our recent games have taken. It feels much less like a tailored experience. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Suzaku is good. He seems decent so far. Yeah, it also doesn't help that we've wasted a lot of assists trying to save pilots that I, like, deeply misplayed and put out of position. But I also put them out there expecting that Hayate was going to get a lot more done. I think we're just gonna start defending these. There are also 2 endings. I don't know if that justifies another playthrough, but there is that. That's fair. I mean, just not having gotten to use all of my units is enough in my mind for another playthrough. And also, like, now seeing that there's like a way more, there are way more optimized ways to play the game. Because like, if the game wants me to just be cracked in half, then like, let's figure out how to be the most insane possible. Let's figure out how to get there the soonest possible. So like 100%, there's at least to me, there's a reason to keep playing. I hope we get a linear game again. If we ever get a new OG, that would be good. Yeah, it would be nice. But Hopium is low. I mean, I think Hopium is low about the entire series right now because of just like what the state of where the transfer is. Okay. I think, yeah, Cross can finish this with a charge. Yeah. Where are you? You're on the water tower. Okay. Intuition. We don't have a blessing. That's fine. Yeah, that'll work. CQB up. Again, good. Still not skill like we won. I think the second playthrough is worth it in most games for the second protagonist outside of X. Amaury is such a nothing character. Yeah, I mean, if the fact that I've been skipping all of the dialogue and not having the animations on hasn't told you, I am mostly here for gameplay reasons. So, yeah, if there's more mechanics to be explored, I'm definitely in for it. Like, if you see on my channel, the very first playthrough I have is of R, and I played that game 15 times. So, like, yeah, no, but I also say that, like, fully recognizing that I am the oddball in these conversations. Second and third playthroughs are better because routes without them, it's harder to justify replaying these behemoth games. No, that is true. That's 100% true. Yeah, when there's, like, actually, like, new content to see, that does make it a little bit easier. But where, like, I'm playing this on stream and, like, paying attention to it and focused on it, I feel like those are the kind of playthroughs you can have on, like, I could be playing that as my second screen content as I'm watching a show that I haven't gotten to finish. I also think that they removed SR points. Yeah, no, also me too. Again, if there's any possible way we can make the game harder, and we took it away, I am disappointed by it. And like SR points are perfect also because they are a system into which you opt, right? Like you opt in there, so it's not there is no concern for it for incoming players, right? They don't have to relate to that system at all if they don't want to, because you just don't have to opt into it. So then like it's fine. I am going to turn the animations on for this one, though. I'm curious how this one will interact, because they make second attack function as if it is a support. So I'm curious to see if my first attack hits the support defense, and if my second attack will go through to the main attack. My main target. That is what I assume should happen, but, like, who's to say? SR points were cut from 30, and I have zero hope of them returning. I liked SR points expert points. Yeah, if we are to see more games like this new design, and I suspect we will because it was the like publicly available one, it will probably be long if ever before we get to it again. The problem is normal SR would be tied to true ending, so it kind of forces it on, but VXT had it where if you played on hard, you automatically get the point. That's interesting. Second attack works as you described? Okay, cool. That's what I figured, but I need to test it for my own self to make sure I know. Also beginner mode. Yeah, right, like if you have, yeah, like if difficulty modes precluded them. So like if SR points, I will think about that. if SR points work only in like hard and expert mode, but if hard gives you them immediately, and casual removes them or beginner removes them, what's is there a difference between that? I guess if it's just like the game's internal way of measuring difficulty, so it just like hands them out because it knows the game's going to be harder from that point on, I guess. No, only XT have the guaranteed on expert. Okay. True V didn't. Okay. Sorry, I'm just used to lumping VXT together because in pretty much all the other way they're like collective. Okay, cool. Oh. What? And beginner mode gives you extra money. Well, I figured beginner mode was going to give you some other stuff too, not just the like the points. But if cutting them in beginner and giving them to you on hard for free, like there's no difference between that, I don't think. Okay, so my combat predictions showed me that I was killing this. Yeah. Oh no, I understand. But it was showing that the main attack was killing it, and not the support attack one. Right, so support attack is only at 65% right now, so that's why it wasn't lethal. Never mind, I figured it out. We got there. That's pretty tempting because that clears too. I think let's just say yes to that for now. SR points do but half. Oh, okay. I like SR points, just IMO, don't tie them to true ending because then they feel mandatory anyway. I mean, yeah, that is true. Like, I think I like the idea of SR points giving you extra stuff at the end, but yeah, like not a true ending. If you give it like, if there are extra scenarios, but those extra scenarios are just like bonus difficulty, then like by all means go nuts, because that's like what someone who's already chasing difficulty wants. But yeah, if you like make part of the story required, if you make that as part of the story requirement, then like yeah, that does feel like pretty garbage. Can we get you? Yeah, we can use intuition. That's fine. Beginner removes them. Normal had SR points with enough. You were at hard. The XT had expert, which hands them to you for free. Oh, wait. Why does expert give them to you for free? That's so lame. Why would the harder difficulty give you? that feels backwards to me. We also need animation. We can get supports off of Daba if we want. Oh, we lose Plasma Needle both ways, though. Is that worth it? I mean, it's probably worth it if we get Hayates. Yeah, this also, I'm pretty sure, puts Suzaku into below 30%. I really should remember what this actually is. Let's just find it out right now. We need 7750 times 0.3 is 2325. So in fact, no, this will not put us into Curse of Geass percentages, but that's fine. All right, that's probably the action we're going to do. And then what are you doing? I don't hate this. And then Heckler's nearly dead. We got to analyze him. But right, if we analyze him, I think that plus Hayate is probably lethal. Yeah. Because of the extra difficulty, I assume, since they were not tested for it or something. No idea. I mean, yeah, like I do understand how we could get there, but I don't love it. Because in theory, your time is harder than people playing on normal or hard, but like, you already opted into difficulty. Surely you want more of it. I buy for some, like one-shotting a boss in the beginning of mid-game with no Valor. Do you see Xbox nuke themselves by raising Game Pass prices? I did see that. I did, in fact, see that people were, like, really salty over that. And didn't it like also like crash the website as people were like trying to leave it? Let's try that instead. Because I don't think Hayate can kill from here, but I think the Kaiser Ridley can. We can, nope, not like that. Oh, but Yama's like out of SP. Okay. I was just sort of counting on him, I guess, but he's not been getting a lot because yeah. We can Kaname, but I don't think we have any assist cheers left. No, we do not. Hold on. Main pilot 40 SP. Lame. Okay. Suzaku can. That's not even chip. That's like we can quarter him here. But is that worth it though? Because then who is dealing with Lily? And the answer to that question is in fact nobody. So instead we do like this, and then we can crush, setting it up for Hayate. Yeah, I think that's fine. We can flash, and I guess we haven't analyzed her yet. Yeah, I think I'm done with this. Gotta say, I'm really interested in Fantasy Maiden Wars coming out at the end of February, since it's a Toho Super Wars game and pretty difficult. Yeah, I think you were the person that commented this before. Yeah, I feel like I have a demo of it somewhere, or like I have like a early version of it that got like posted to just like a dump of Toho games at some point. We need more Super Wars parody games. Mahou Shoujo next, then Shonen anime. Yes, right? I 100% agree. I think it's an absolute layup, and I don't understand. It feels like it's money on the table that we don't have like Goku doing this. Not that I love Dragon Ball, but it just feels like such a missed opportunity. Okay. I think we go here instead. Yeah. And then this is lethal. Oh, we don't even need the support attack, which is actually better because then we can grab the support attack for Lily. Assuming we do have a Fresca. Yeah, we just need to tune from someone. I'm sure we've got, yeah, Al's got one left over. Okay. That'll work. And then if we don't have Lily handled, we can probably start spending some of our... Yeah, that'll do. I was gonna say, we can start spending Daunts if not otherwise, but... I'm trying to save them for Sistus. That range program will definitely go on Hayate. We definitely need some more stats on him. I agree, video game 1 was fun, but really long. Project X Zone was crazy fun, also canon for Super. Yes, is that the like... Isn't there also like beat 'em up elements to it? I'm pretty sure I've seen one where it was some like... or fighting game elements. Or is that also just like part of Project X Zone and not necessarily the same one? Battle Moon Wars? Is that... that feels familiar. Maybe does Akarasu also just support that? Maybe I've just seen the name there. I guess we can go here and then reboost the Dunfine. Parody with Type Moon characters. There. Okay, that's what it is. Yes, the Project X Zone, the TRPG version of OG Endless Frontier. Okay. Yeah, Endless Frontier was what I'm thinking of. Do you think you ever want to cover the funny parody games like Maiden Wars and Battle Moon Wars? I mean, I don't know. I don't know for sure. I could definitely say it's a possibility. Like that could be one of the like Monday streams if we like break down the schedule, like I said before. But there's also just like so much of this that I still want to do. I think at least for the Touhou one, I kind of would like to know a little bit about Touhou first before. Not, I don't think I need to, but I don't think the game would require me to. But for like my own personal self, because I've always wanted to get into Touhou, I think I would want to do that a little bit too first. So there's that. But like, yeah, I find it hard to say when I feel like there's so much of this that I still want to cover that's like unspent, you know? Your accuracy goes to 200%. Is it like more Fire Emblem style where like 100% is one hit and then every percentage beyond 100 can get you up to a second hit? I can give Battle Moon Wars a recommend, yeah, as someone who has no idea about Type Moon. Okay, that's good to know. I know a little bit about. We also want this to go on to Suzaku. Yeah. I do know a little bit about Type Moon. I've watched most of the modern anime adaptations. I've watched Unlimited Blade Works, but I've not watched the movies beyond that. And I played some of the mobile game at the behest of my college friends. But if you've been around long enough, you know I didn't stick around with it long because gacha games are not my speed. Yeah, I went to get into Touhou before playing the Touhou Artificial Dream in Arcadia. Yeah, I just... It feels like such a long legacy of media that is like propped up, content before I was like even thinking about this kind of thing critically. People like creating and like pouring their soul into trying to make, and I like at least want to pay that some attention. No, I believe it's for Double Image having AC. Oh, okay. Sadly, I do not know if Natural 200% ignores Double Image. Okay. I mean, that's definitely the sort of thing that I would like care about trying to figure out. Like, that's why I'm like having it hung over, right? Where like I feel like even if the game is visually or like nominatively a parody, there's like still elements to it that I would like care about trying to like math out. Yeah, I think the short answer of it is just like that depends on how far into cataloging everything else I've got. I guess we can just like have Kira do this. He doesn't need any more like kill count. And then that sets it up for everybody else. Actually, can we check Sisters from here? No, we can't. I think it's pretty lame that you also just like can't go to unit view in the middle of a hit and away. Like, it's fucking. Yeah, so we'll definitely. I think we'll get the boss kill. It's just a disappointment to me that we didn't clear this sooner. If we can get a kill from the battleship, that definitely feels worthwhile because they're just like never getting access to kills. Oh, you are out of energy, my guy. Let's go. We can't even excel there. Okay. Okay, so Cross is actually, in fact, out this turn. Let's put him here. Oh, no, we can still attack from here. Perfect, and this also breaks the support defense, so we can get in with the battleship then. That works perfectly. Get resupplied. I also one enemy pulls the Double Zeta High Mega Cannon randomly. Excellent, cool, great, fun. I saw a post on Reddit saying Cornelia is genuinely a vile, undespicable character, but people will forgive her over Rolo or Suzaku. Cornelia is okay. I think being able to use Excel during hit and away is dumb. Big agree. Wait, you can use Excel during like what? Just that like you have like extra move left over. I don't know. I feel like that makes sense. Why? I feel like I would complain about like, well, I have that extra movement, like why can't I? Otherwise, um, but I suspect you know what I'm going to say, roughly speaking. Yes, you can use spirits during the hit and run. Oh, well, you can apply it in the middle of it. I mean, like, because you could have just applied it ahead of time, though, right? Like, if you just put Excel on before you hit and run, then, like, what's the problem? Or hitting away, sorry. Let's give you a cheer off of, Siegfried, sure. But yeah, control room guy. As far as the Cornelia part goes, I think you know what I will say about this, which is just in our like long line of talking about a lack of media literacy. I think pretty much all of our like principal characters in Code Geass look pretty bad by some measure somehow during the story. Like, she is ultimately still a participant in a like very corrupt system, but like all of them are. So like standing out opting to blame her solely feels wildly hypocritical, but trying to acknowledge the fact that like we also can have a show that features characters that we value for the kinds of stories that they are telling us without needing to be like, I think they're a good person, as is ever our conversation whenever we talk about story, is like definitely the call to order. It just reinforces the no consequence to committing to many options in this game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I guess that's my maybe that's like the hang up for me is we already know that we are just like supposed to sort of get away with everything. So it would feel incongruous with the rest of the game design, I think. If we couldn't, I could foresee it being very justifiable that you couldn't under other circumstances. But like, I don't know why not here. That being said, though, Hit and Away is, broadly speaking, an ability that is new for me. Pretty much all of the games that I have played so far have not had it as an option. So, like, I don't know what the precedent is. I so far like that Excel is there, but I also am, like, always going to be happy seeing extra movement. Whether or not that's, like, maybe the most balanced thing or not. No one in Code Geass is innocent. That's seemingly never addressed, but I think the fact that it's not addressed deliberately by the story is in fact the story addressing it. That there just isn't like there quote isn't time for the story to try and deal with that because it needs to foist that job of trying to answer those questions off onto you as the audience. Like, your job as the reader is to be left sitting with this, like, gross feeling of, like, oh, this show was cool and fun, but, like, how do I feel about these characters? And he sort of, like, dumps that on your lap for you, rather than, like, if the show itself did the legwork, I think I would probably even be, like, less enthused with it overall as a piece of media. Because, like, what difference is it between that and, like, what most TV shows do then when we have like morally gray characters where it's like trying to teach you that you're like supposed to think of them complexly sometimes and like maybe not everything works out perfectly, right? Like, yeah, it doesn't, but like make me reckon with that. Don't do the reckoning for me. I think Spirits during Hit and Run was in 30. Okay. That does not surprise me because like I think 30 and 30 this game and probably the next one are probably going to form another like trifecta continuum. Then again, apparently the Code Geass bonus material ruins the story, like the Yuffie moment being Charles' fault. I know that I have read. Maybe we're going to be daunting nay. I know that I have read at least one of the manga at some point, but what was said and how that related, I have no knowledge anymore. So I can't comment on a lot of the supplementary material, but Code Geass makes a lot of money, so it's become an IP for better or worse. Yeah, that is true too. I am still willing. I am still one to believe in the like value of the artistic vision of it originally, rather than just this like maybe these are the consequences of just wanting to not have to address the fact that this series that makes us rich now has some like questionable things going on in it. I just heard it from a YouTuber, to be fair. I mean, as long as that's how you're presenting it, if you're like, here's a thought that I have heard, I don't know if it's true, but like, let's explore it. I'm all down for that kind of thing. Right? Because like that, I mean, it's worth asking. Where are we at? 34:30? Okay. Does Rain have post movement? She does. Yeah, I'd rather give this to Rain. 1, 2, 3. That seems fine. And then I am pleased to see that the Rising Gundam does like have some actual combat applications, even if it's like taking out generics. Like that's still a good use case for a support unit if we like don't need them to be supportive this turn. Okay, you've already been crushed, right? Yes, you have. We still don't have a charge on Galma. Oh, right, hold on. Before I forget, you need to take this, because I saw you had 25 SP, so this is a free unity for us. I cannot read Japanese. My friends like to tell me that I can, but I'm pretty sure I can't. I have, like, some knowledge of it, but it's, like, hazy, I think. That said, I did, like, translate a whole game, so maybe not that hazy. I mean, the OG ending is ambiguous enough. I remember the ye old anime wars about Lelouch's fate. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It was definitely a hot topic on forums for a while. I am kind of surprised that they did commit to like giving a definitive answer to that. Can we get anything else out of the variable combat? No, because I know we can, right? Like we could go. Oh, no, we can't go there. Can Suleta go here? Yeah, like this is probably better, and then we can get the support attack off of Domon himself. But yeah, I am surprised that they like. Oh, we are getting support attack because we do not have enough skill. She's just too talented. Okay, well, that's fine. I don't know if I mean, probably our position is like here, so then we can get, we can have the Grand move here next turn. Right, and go like that. It should be Hayate's, if at all possible, so I guess here first. That all checks out. We don't have Crush on Galma. I guess we can, like, not take this damage if we wanted. Yeah, that seems fine. And then that's still not lethal. Okay. Who else we've got left? Just these two. Okay, well, that's fine. I guess she'll die next turn. And we want to heal Hayate after combat, because then we can put the Nethus next to Hayate, or not Hayate, to the Grid Knight for support defense. Okay, I think that's good. Rain's custom bonus is a good joke and a good upgrade. Then we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that at some point after this. I probably won't spend on her, so I can just, I don't mind popping that one open to just see what it's doing. Remember forums before Reddit made everything an awful blob? Yeah, I do miss when the internet was not as centralized. I do think the internet was a good time then. I wonder when the DLC drops and if the units are good. I'm pretty sure we were told that the DLC is like almost a full year after this game is coming out. I thought I remember seeing when I bought the DLC that it was available like 2026 or something, I'm pretty sure. Where's Hayate? He's right here. He just blends in with the floor. If at all possible, we want to give these to Hayate to get some more score. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's rock. Oh, we do. We even have a bless. I think this is fine. I don't know if we're actually going to get the boss this turn. There's our skill up. Perfect. That feels appropriate, seeing as she was like our first boss in a long while that has like prevented us from double attacking her. OG has plausible deniability, but it's obviously hinted at one conclusion more than the other. Yeah, I mean that like I do think there's a good case to be made, but like the ambiguity of it, I definitely think is, I don't know if I would call it like fully the point, but it's definitely like part of the charm. I think Rain was one of my endgame healers. She was an early endgame. I did like onslaught her for a little bit when I got all the like parts that would that let me just put it onto any pilot, and then we were just like giving it to anyone that we needed to level up. But yeah, like she seems pretty competent. I'm pretty pleased with her performance with it so far. Yeah, so I do have all the DLC, but I have opted not to use it because while I want to be able to show it off, I also don't want, if someone's watching my playthrough, to feel like they are incapable of like getting what I am getting. I don't want to like show off a thing that is not possible for other people to do. Also, I forgot that Tamaki is so capped on SP that we definitely wasted some dots this mission. Oops. Yeah, so like I have all the DLC pilots sitting in my inventory, and I'm just not using them. Oh yeah, we also wasted bells. I'm glad Rain is usable. Usually support units don't last me long, especially in modern games. Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, like, you heard me, Control Room Guy, you heard me the first time when I saw what the Rising Gundam was. I was like, I was definitely crossed up when the Rising Gundam was just a, like, what I was expecting to be a lowly support unit. But, like, no, she is, like, almost that in all words. Her spirits, I don't think, fully reflect what I want that job to be. But that's fine. Okay. 65 morale, thank you. Domon, where did you go? That's more like it. Oh, I guess we also, hold on, we should not be wasting the space next to Hayate, because he's going to get support attack for himself. I just like them. Also, the Zelgard gives you early soul with investment. The Tyrannado is the worst OG, sadly. That is disappointing, because I remember liking the Tyrannado in its original game. Yeah, I mean, like, absolutely no shade on you liking them. Like, you like, if you bought the DLC, like, definitely use the thing that you purchased. Like, if I was not doing this on stream, I probably would also be using them. feel like I have an amount of responsibility because I am presenting this to play in a way that is like accessible as this game allows, right? Like I don't want people to feel like excluded from watching things because they're watching things. Okay, yeah, so he's Giga Ultra dead. It's just a matter of how we want to get other resources. I forgot that the getter just also doesn't have its Takuma doesn't have his ace yet. This shouldn't be lethal, so I guess we do this, and then, yeah, dead with Hayate. Oh, because I was watching it earlier, I was partially surprised when you placed Nadeshiko crew. I am so used to them extremely good in these games. Tyrannotta was really good in T. It was the first OG that had max kill count on the game for me. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, Tyrannotta was good in T. I just, like, yeah, I haven't really thought about it in this game. So when you're saying where I placed the Nadeshiko crew, you mean for R? Yeah, I feel like in the same way that I've said a couple of things about these games, or like if you've played with what's that ability called in Fire Emblem? There's an ability in Fire Emblem where you get double XP or you get double growths, but the way that they have balanced that out is then by giving the character that gets double growths from their ability just way lower growths on their like in-game stats, so it like ends up balancing out the same way. Like the game has like actively removed the thing that would make them unique, and I feel like that's what happened with the Nadeshiko pilots, right? Because like there's a large portion of that game where you just never get to like actively actually use any of their energy-based attacks, so like the thing that makes them unique is just non-existent, in which case it's like this is just a unit that has some like middling ammo-based like weapons, and it's like what's the point of that then? Thanks, I signed up for units that like did something interesting, you know? Not that I think you were necessarily fighting it, but I just like I do have a lot of strong feelings about them because it felt so aberrant to go like, oh, these don't do the thing that I was promised. What happened here? Prize in Astrid. Oh, hold on, maybe this is like part of the rest of the conversation I should be reading first. Takuma's ace not working if he's not main is aggravating to me. Paragon aptitude. I definitely did not have. I don't know why I keep wanting to move the Kaiser Grid because it's good. But yeah, I mean, we pretty much have Takuma main pilot all the time anyway. But like, yeah, that is definitely a bit of a downside for the getter pilots when like you can't pull all of their stats at all the time. Oh, okay. Yes, yeah. The character that I was referencing before, I couldn't remember. I was thinking about this with Jean with Engage, but yeah, no, Astrid does have it too. I forgot about that. Yeah. I think the reason why I wasn't thinking of this with Astrid is I think isn't she one of the few times where Paragon like is actually not a detriment to her, where like she's actually like allowed to get the like effect she wants out of it. I'm pretty sure that's true. At least this time, Getter's damage boost is for all three. Oh, good. Okay, I cannot wait to see it because that's. Or do you mean the bomber can't be? Yeah, which damage boost do you mean, or is it just in the? We don't want to actually kill her. We want Chip. I did not pay attention that we were out of energy. Oh no, hold on. We can use Shikishima. That should probably solve it. Allegedly, I've never had a good Astrid. I mean, yeah, that is fair, right? Like, I'm trying to read through the numbers. You're trying to talk about like an actual lived experience. Also, recruitment is a pain. That's true. Okay, so this leftover assist doesn't matter unless we. No, it does. Hold on. We do have a 3 we can spend, and I don't think all of our 3s are maxed out yet. Girl, Mari, you are probably the largest asset on our team right now. I don't think you got to worry about what your contributions are. We can Kaname or we can Astonage. Do we have funds for this? Hold on. You are 20 off. You have a fortune and not a blessing. So who's short of bless? Okay. You get the Kaname. But you need all three at 160 morale to get 20% damage with Chosen Child's Getter. Oh, do all of them have to be? Okay, hold on. Let me read that again in a second, because I think I've been reading that wrong this whole time then. Which means all three need break morale limit too for the boost. Getter bros have been weird. Yeah. Also, Getter Arc fans will be very unhappy with the unit selection they get in this game. In the fact that so far we've basically only seen one. We saw the Black Getter show up for a little bit, but I don't know if he's recruitable or not. I don't want to know. Also, I feel like I keep bumping my mic. I can't tell if you can hear that or not. I'm sorry if it has been. Getter 1 being a game breaker, but the other two being irrelevant is a bad design. I felt like Baku carried us through the opening game instead of Khan carried us through the opening game instead of the arc, because the arc's accuracy at the opening game was just so poor. I thought the Khan was like really worthwhile. I've not had a lot of reason to go to Kirik, but right, yeah, Chosen Child of Getter activates when all three pilots are present and are present. Is there a time where we're going to have them removed? We've not seen that opportunity so far yet. I guess other than the literal first scenario, you get it. But I don't think you have Chosen Child of Getter at that point. I think you get that after the scenario. Anyway, at 140 plus morale, gain 5 morale start of own phase. Oh yeah, when all three pilots are at 160. I definitely in my head had just remembered that as when like each pilot only needed to be at 160. Thank you for pointing that out. I will also fix that during intermission. Getter pilots plus break morale level 2. Oh, you went for VXT. Okay. Spoilers, yes, you lose 1 for a stage. Okay. Well, thank you for telling me. In the future, try to keep those gameplay spoilers to a minimum. I don't mind finding that kind of stuff out on my own. I will like talk about it out loud, just because I want to be able to like forecast what my thoughts are. But like that's the kind of stuff that I don't mind, and in fact prefer, even if it's going to be to my detriment, finding out on my own. No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Like I'm not upset with you at all. I just like I should let you know, so like we're all on the same page for future. They have so many units basically made for Super Robot Wars, Tarek, Getter Saurus, Getter Robo D2. Yeah, I mean, like, of course they do, because it also, like, kept the franchise going for a while in the middle there. That side scenario was a lot longer than I was expecting. I mean, the description did spoil it technically. Yeah, well, who's to say though? Some of the reasons I don't necessarily trust everything, even if I've like seen it before, or I'm like, I wonder how this works, is like sometimes these things get translated poorly, and we've seen some heinous translations out of this game already so far, so you never know. Okay. Let's go rock those upgrades then. We need skills, which is this side of the tree. Okay. Oh, okay. We're gonna put the break morale limit on the Grid Knight first. The Noah brand maps are long. Yeah, so far that does seem to be the case. Also, cowards not having Getter Robo Devolution story in this game. Yeah, I have heard people grumble about that. That does feel like that's definitely a choice they decided to make. Chosen Getter is a new skill though. I mean, Right, sure. Like in this case, this is new, but like other things where I'm like, I wonder how the support attack, I wonder how second attack works in this case. Where like I could infer that from other games, but I'm like, I was saying that more broadly, not just about this one in particular, but using it as like a jumping off point example. Okay, how expensive is this? That leaves us with 200,000. But like also it being new does not necessarily mean they're going to get it right. Okay, so we have enough to break morale limit on all three of our requirements. Then that's worthwhile. DLC robbing us of another series being in these games, just like IBO. Yup. Yeah, IBO not being a main series in the game. Yeah. I like the Devo crew. Do the getters first. Sure, IBO will be in the next game. Oh god, this is Gundam Age all over again. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, right, like we could do it on all of them. Like, it still works out the same for all of them. You get, because you only need to go up to 160. Yeah, that works. That leaves us with 30,000, which we probably could put somewhere, but we're not going to. We can just save that. You can take this ranged, definitely. I'm like kind of tempted to save the skill program to give to Hayate, right? Like we were just shy. We were not just shy with Domon. That was 222, and we were at what, like 243. So that was 21, and we need to be. Oh, we need to be 25 over. Okay, so one skill program into Domon would have been enough to double Nay, which has been like our highest like treble so far. But still, I maintain I think Hayate needs it more because he's still not able to one-shot stuff, and if we have the dynamometer set up in such a way where if we are second attacking, we are also going to be lethal. It being all three is so restricted for no reason, yeah, I don't get it. No, we're gonna save it. Yeah, because I think our next upgrades, our next funds need to go into putting the Siegfried to the custom bonus so we can get the energy cost down, and then everything else goes to the support. The second attack. Yeah. I've also been filling this in like we need this, but we probably actually don't. Let's see what else let's see what not filling that in gives us. I like all three thing. It requires investment to them, which incentivizes usage, since Kirik is, in my experience, a pure downside. I don't dislike the idea of feeling like we need to invest into pilots, but I do think there is. Oh wait, we want to take this because this is also extra damage potentially. I don't know if I love that you just like start with an ability you can't really use. Because like getting 5 extra morale when you're already at a really high morale total feels not good. Like you're barely getting use out of that already, I think. So I don't dislike the idea of asking us questions about investing. But in the same way that I was like really hard on Callan at first because her unique passive only related to Lelouch, and it took us like 20 scenarios to get access to him. She just like didn't do anything unique. It's like a bit. It feels a bit misplaced. I think we can move in that direction, but that's not quite the right answer yet. Getter 2 is normally just to do movement. Oh yeah, no. It's weird that I don't feel the need to switch into the Kirik to like get into the battle. But this is what I was saying about like everything like pushing at us at the start. Like there's just so much less need for that kind of decision making where you like need to be a little risky, putting a like a more fragile but more mobile or more maneuverable unit out front early. Yeah. To be fair, I think in all modern games I play Getter 2 was bad. There is an assist that gives you plus 10 morale up, so that is an option too. I mean, yeah, that is an option too. But like the well, hold on. There are a couple of there are a couple of assists that relate to 10 morale, but the one that just like gives you blanket 10 morale also comes like really late. So like that's long past the point where you could have invested into them, like long past the part where you have access to the shop. Count is all right. Her unique skill is just a bonus. I mean, yeah, right. Like I still used her for the large part, like the beginning of the game. But if I'm trying to think about this as like like any unit that has a skill that is not being put to use is also like in a way a wasted slot. Like that could have been on all the time. Obviously, it's better that we have it sometimes than not at all. But like she can't get full credit if she has a skill that's like only on half the game. That's how I looked at her. She never needed her unique stats and spirit. Oh, her unique stat. Hold on. She never needed her unique. Her stats and spirit alone are really good. Yes, yeah, like she is good without it, but I don't think. But I don't think that's like good instruction on the part of the game, you know? No, one of the singers has 10 max morale as a bonus. Okay, yeah. So that's the next part I was going to ask. That like, we've not maxed out all the singers yet. There's 3 of them we've not used. I've only had Reina and Kaname on. So if they do have max morale up, then like that's like maybe worthwhile, which is what I was going to look at here. Like there's a couple other ways to like hit max morale. Like the green's only +2, but I'm sure there's probably other ways too. But like my ability to like give you like sincere feedback is like super dependent on the fact that I've not seen all of the like passives you can get that like could really dramatically change what's going on. The attack power of the unit's strongest weapon becomes 6,000. This effect does not apply to units that already have a weapon with 7,000 plus attack power, and does not affect combination attacks. Interesting. It's probably not going to go on Hayate because we already kind of have what we want, but does that even work on him? No, that does not work on him. Okay, so that's like probably more for a support unit, or like put that on like Chum Choo, right? Like that replacing the beam rifle snipe would be good. Either girl will give you max morale. Okay. To be fair, I go out of my way to max assists, just not Reina. You recommend Fa or Rain for assists? I don't. Hold on. To be fair, I go out of. I mean, yeah, like I get why you'd want to. I'm just trying. I'm using the ones that are like giving us the most resources, right? Like, Mari's been locked in because we needed morale at first. Shikishima, yeah, also because of giving us like base morale. But these 3 on the bottom have, or no, these 3 have been onto the team pretty much nonstop. Just so I want more resources. Oh, Rain and Fa for extra arms. Yeah. That is what I was thinking. But I also value the assist cheers like way more. Right? Like that's like probably where it's supposed to go. But I care about having the assist cheers way more. We just like we just need a little bit more push from Hayate and then we're there. Which is what I was hoping these resources were going to give, but then I found out that the units were just like starting worse than I thought they were. Kaname is close to max rank 3 right now. Oh, is Kaname the one that gives it? Well, no, surely not. Yeah, she is close. But like, I'm probably gonna keep her on once. I'm probably gonna keep her on once she's done, just because like -3 morale is what every point of morale is half a point of damage. So what she's like changing damage values 1.5% every turn, which is like probably in my mind worth it. It's just free. It's like free improved damage that we couldn't get any other way. Let's rock Disaster in red. Rain with custom bonus is really good damage. Oh, right, yeah, I never look at her custom bonus. Yeah. Probably because we, like, don't have the funds to invest into her. Here, I guess I will, let's take a peek at what that is. In this case, I don't mind. What difficulty am I on? I am on Expert. I believe I have that. Do I still have that in the title? Yeah, I do. I do still have that in the title. Full upgrade bonuses. Rising Gundam. Ultimate Bullseye Rising Arrow gains +2 range and 300 attack power. Oh, and it always hits. Okay, that's definitely a good sell. Makes sense I misread that. No, that's totally okay. That's totally okay. Oh, alright. Struggling there. I detect a swarm of Rodan. Is that the, like, family unit for a Rodan, a swarm? Oh, that was not right. That's fine. I'm sure it'll work out. But thank goodness we actually have, like, real kaiju to fight now. Not that I'm surprised when we saw the others. Okay. Don't know if I've read it, but always hit. Don't know if I've read it. Always hit before in Super Robot Wars. Bullseye in name, bullseye in effect. Wonderful joke. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. I get that. I did not think about that. In relation to a custom bonus. Yeah, I also, that does feel unique, especially this game so far, where, like, almost all of them have just been, like, stat up somehow. That maybe feels like we could do something with that. That feels like there's definitely a way to. This setup is heinous. Hold on, sorry. I know I don't normally do this, but this is probably gonna. This is probably gonna reload us into where we've already placed. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I guess we can go here as I think probably our best use. No. I would like to get the Grid Knight involved. But I don't think... Oh, Domon can kill something or can attack something from here. Is this lethal? Okay, no, this is fine. We'll give Domon a press from here, and then we can at least boost 3 of these. Okay. Let's start Dragon Ball Z charging. Assist Link Mari. The Grand is also pretty good in terms of custom bonuses, for usability at least. We've not upgraded the Grand's custom bonus to the custom bonus. She seems perfectly fine even without it too. Like, she seems like she's still doing good work. Just being able to, like, toss stats around. You take this one? And is this lethal? No, it is not. Is this lethal? Yes, it is. Cool. Even better. Yeah, that seems fine. It makes 1 attack post movement, so she can get kills for Super Race. Oh, that seems good, because we've definitely had a lot of times where she just couldn't do anything. Why won't Digimon let you in? That's a real shame. Is it just because it's overloaded? Because people is like, is it server based? Or people just like flooding it so you just can't get in? Yep, that's the call there. I Okay, can you just punch this Rodan out? Waiting for a Steam update is top 5 worst game feels. Yeah, no, it's not good. Hopefully it goes fast. Hopefully it goes fast for you. I'll try to be extra entertaining in the meantime. I can't. I could dance like a monkey for you, but I don't have camera on, so that's not gonna help. You need Spirit. Together, you two can survive this. You need this because you can't get it otherwise. This is a very base chat full of mecha fans who like Digimon. That is what I'm hoping my channel is going to be. So far, like, the only thing I've ever had to, like, moderate about was just, like, y'all are very excited, hold off on the spoilers for me. But, like, otherwise, that's exactly the kind of space that I would like this to be. We can use Yomogi. I mean, some Digimon are mechs. Like, that is also just true. Also, I did comment this, but I will repeat. How have you not seen Gunbuster? I know. I am sleeping on a lot of shows. I've said before, I like a lot of my content, a lot of my like ability to watch content was like dramatically affected by also like doing a lot of school stuff and being a teacher for a while, where like almost exclusively content I was consuming was like for school of what I was teaching, or was like things learning about like, oh, how do I do this? How do I use that? Like that kind of stuff. So, you know, I'm just like deeply behind on all of these things. I've been pronouncing this Cross Wars. I don't know if that's the way to say it, but I'm probably gonna keep saying it. I've hated Cross Wars. The Digimon themselves were interesting, the story not so much. I do not watch much anime either. I also should watch Gunbuster. Yeah, no, Gunbuster definitely needs to be up there. Have you, NR151, have you watched Gurren Lagann? I also, because like, I think part of the befuddlement is the fact that I love Gurren Lagann so much, and I've just like not watched the predecessor show at all. It's just like that's like also definitely an oddity. Correct pronunciation? Okay. To be fair, Super Wars also dictates me anime, like, for why watching this, like, 6 or 7 wasn't familiar with me. Yeah, I mean, right, like, that's what I'm doing. I know I said that, like, heinously badly, but you know what I meant. Yeah, no, like, right, that's what I'm doing, right? Like, I started watching Code Geass again because of this. And, like, once I can finally get through that, because I'm just slow at everything, then I can, like, start knocking out some other stuff. But like I said, I am in the middle of a contest for October with some of my friends. Once that's over, I foresee my time watching anime picking up. Beat Break, the new anime, seems really cool. Yeah, I have been saving. I think I've also still saved Ghost Games openings. I want to watch them like for the first time. When I'm like actually watching the show proper. Okay, we are still a bit shy, but that will get corrected once we actually get the morale from getting these kills. So that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can be one further away. Not that we want the support attacks, but you take this, turn that off, and I think Hayate can just clean up over here now. Yeah. Okay. Gunbuster is great. 6 episodes, so short, and yeah, it uses Gurren Lagann energy and Gainax. Well, like, but like, don't we know directly that was like that they have like deliberately said that was like influence? I'm pretty sure. I don't want to speak on behalf of Control Room Guy. They seem perfectly capable of defending this point. We especially stand having non-male characters and non-male casts because so much of anime is so dominated by the masculine and the male gaze. So we're always like, I'm always going to be happy when we get to see like women behaving in a way that is not like I'm a girl about things, where they just like, because they are the principal cast, they just like get to have like normal actions. Get a Robo Armageddon IMO is the best of all others. Have some issues from the pacing padding to arc being really weird. Presented in pacing. Manga though, our chef's kiss. Yeah, I know. I really need to like get into that manga too. Oh, fine. Okay, what do we got? Plus 10 CQB, RNG, and skill. Sick, extra skill. Additional plus 5 if Freya is an assist. I don't suppose we have Freya as one of those. Those girls are not Freya, are they? No, we have Reina and Kaname. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to take a look at what Freya's doing, because that matters. Yeah, I do not like that either. I want women to do stuff, not eye candy. Yeah, no, totally. Well, good. I'm glad we found another. I'm glad you're in the right place then. Yeah, this works. Oh, I do normally too, but Mecha especially has variances of main characters who are female. My same issue for Shonen, where they never feel main character worthy or just a love interest. Yeah, I guess that is true. Like, especially, like, I didn't like say this out loud, but like, yeah, Mecha especially does suffer from this like, boys just want to drive big robots. But we were talking about Hayate earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and our 151. This is why I've started liking Hayate, because this is stupid. What do we got? Oh, we have a new We got a new anime. Komunga. Oh, that's surely Godzilla. Okay, these don't exist. That's fine. And then we have these insects. Okay, cool. These are going to die rapidly. Yeah, the discourse around JJK is especially interesting to me too, because I think a lot of people have looked at JJK and said that it like tried to be feminist and tried to present its female characters in a way that was like sincere, but also like failed at doing so. I think that is a largely insincere take, but you've not watched Gundam? I'm not. This is not shame. I'm just surprised. Gundam is like such an excellent example of. Did I not? I swore I pressed. Okay, well, I guess we'll finish this next turn then. That's actively so bad. I also think JJK looks a lot worse as an anime than it does as a manga. I think the art style from JJK is like is much better. But like, I also get if it's like just not their cup of tea. But yeah, no, you see pretty much all of the Gundams are, I would say, top quality time. If you liked any of the Build series, which I think are probably among I liked Build the least, and if you liked those, boy howdy are you in for a great time, I would say. We have a lot of very interesting and meaningful characters that are not men. But yeah, Haman is also great. At some point, because I'm not already doing enough things, I would love to make a like timeline of UC stuff, because it is just so big and deep, and I think people really struggle to get into it. But also, like, I don't know, just pick one to start. Like, it'll be fine. If the concern is over, like, which one do I start with? Just, like, do it in order. But if the concern is, like, I don't have time to get into a lot of stuff, then, like, yeah, that's fair. But you also don't need to. Like, the series is good, is very good. Any one of the series is good standing alone. Like, you don't need to have to participate in all of them to feel like it's worthwhile doing any of them, you know? Right? Like, you might have a harder time watching like Zeta or Double Zeta if you haven't watched UC, or like the ones that come before it, or like they're 79. But like you could just watch Zeta and that would just be fine. Or you could just start with Cucks. That's true too. You are allowed to do that. I would not recommend that, but you could do it. I know you were saying that sarcastic. Or I assume you were saying that sarcastically. I've not heard the German dub intro to Wing. The fact that you have not watched Wing also, to me, says potentially you are of an age demographic. Because I grew up with Wing and G Gundam, because that was just like what was on all of the time. Gundam Wing is complicated. I guess we can smash here. We probably want to take... I guess, hold on, let's figure out what we're doing with these Komongas now that I've just, like, deeply misplayed with Hayatai. I think we've got a turn 2 kill still, but that's fine. Right, let's Spirit now. This is giving it to them, right? Okay, they're at Children of Getter. How much does that give a turn? That gives 5. Okay, so we are still a bit a ways from them hitting the extra damage bonus, but that's fine. That mostly hits us, so no. That's 1100 damage. Okay. So that's not quite there, but we can chip something. Yeah, let's do this, and then we Spirit twice to hit our morale bonus. That seems fine. Pop you in the middle. In the middle. This is a kill. This music is pretty good, though. We want Suzaku to chip because we wanted him to get hit, but that's fine. I suppose we could just, like, chain kill all of this with Kira if we wanted to. I'm not opposed to that. Right? Like, we can... We can, like, barrage here. Come in... Yeah, I think let's try that. I'm Austrian, so it was on TV there, but never watched it. Okay, well, I guess actually apologize. That was very Western centric of me. I did not thought about the fact that just like maybe it wasn't broadcast for you. Forgot to press him too. Man, these plays would be good if I wasn't such an idiot. Oh man, yeah, game did not exist in the UK at all for me. Not on Jetix, Disney XD, Cartoon Network, etc. So I found Gundam later on in life. You found it later on in life than you should have. Gundam, not the game. Yeah, in Austria, it was on random side channels. Yeah, we weren't like Americans, so we didn't get Wing or the G craze. That's okay. So did you get other mecha crazes? Did you get like other like crazes then too instead, be they mecha or otherwise? Because like, I mean, I am delighted to no end that Voltes V played a part in the Philippines, the Filipino Revolution, because it was like a story about dictatorhood, and then it was taken down by a dictator because it made him look bad. Western centric, I am part of the West too. Good laugh. I mean, right, but like, see, I never know what to do when it's American, because if I guess I could say just American centric, but like, if I say, if I describe it as like just being American, I'm like usually phrased as like, oh, but it's you mean it's Western centric. But now when I say Western centric, I'm wrong. But no, I know your team. I know you're Josh and me. But I was also saying that like, not just for you, in the fact that like I am playing a very Japanese-oriented game that like maybe I should consider the fact that some of my audience could you just know be like Japanese. No, it's just funny to me. Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. Like I know it was a good laugh. I do like reflecting on the fact that sometimes there's like phraseology that Americans use that we're like usually unaware of that I try to think of that I'm like, but I also don't know what you want me to do about it. Like not you in particular, but just like if I describe something one way, I'm not acknowledging things. If I describe something another way, I'm also missing things. But like, I'd be like, give America a hard time. It deserves it. It deserves it. Megax XLR, baby. Oh, yeah, no, I do remember seeing that a bit. I was never a big fan. It felt like it was laughing at the thing rather than laughing with the thing. I don't know that for sure because I didn't watch, like, I watched a couple episodes of it, but my TV time as a kid was also generally reserved mostly to Disney because my parents were like were Disney adults. I guess still are Disney adults. So like most of what I got to watch was through Disney as a kid. I mean, not exclusively, but like that was generally where things were. Everyone has that fault. I appreciate you saying so because I do feel like it is like unfairly directed at Americans regularly. But I at least like, especially because I have lived in Japan and hold on a second. I have lived in Japan and I like broadly value the fact that like globalness is something important to me. I like want to be actively thinking about it. Power Rangers was fun. Yeah, no, I think we were talking about this before too when we mentioned like other like tactics games that are like it's weird that have not existed. Where is our like Power Rangers? Where's our like Super Sentai tactics game? I think Power Rangers for being good and only turning to garbage when I started watching Super Sentai and anime a lot more. Yeah. No, I definitely think they had like some basic media literacy for us that like carried through into a lot of like more subtle virtue than we like realized, like more subtle like conversations about virtue than we realized. Oh god, a Disney kid, so Hannah Montana Speed of Zack and Cody recess. You better believe it. I remember talking to Americans about job contracts and confusing them because we are stricter here. Yeah, no, it's sometimes like America is like very polarizingly like exceedingly so strict about these things where it's like this makes no sense, and then or wholly the other way where it's like so loose it's like how does this possibly function? And that's the joke. It doesn't. Also, what is happening here? Okay, hold on a second. What am I missing here? I'm at morale 110. Absolute defense at 110 plus nullifies any attack that would deal less than 4,000 damage. Why is this showing 3,900 points of damage? Does this like ignore Barrett? Is this? See, but this is the thing I was complaining about before too, where like, I guess this has barrier piercing, but I can't tell because it doesn't let me like look at what's happening, right? Like, show me the actual attack so that like, I don't think all of these games should have to do that, but the fact that this game provides that like level of information other places and then just like randomly robs you of it others is like a weird feels bad, right? Like I've played a lot of complete box. I've played a lot of I've played a lot of the really early games where like all of that information was just like up to you to have to know, but like that seems antithetical to the rest of the design we've been getting. The UI is way too busy with the wrong things. Yeah, no, 100%. Okay, how much? All right, no, we need to be at 150. We're definitely killing them. We're not. Don't we also have a? Don't we do more damage at 150? I guess we aren't seeing this on Xion yet, but I'm pretty sure that did not feel like as big of a jump as it should have been. That's fine. That was a little bit waste of spirits, thinking we were trying to get these like counter kills, but that's okay. Persist. And let's judge it might matter. We got Super Tokusatsu Tyson. They did one game with Kamen Rider, Sentai, Metal Hero, Ultraman, Kikai, right? Yeah, right. Like, and that wasn't that pretty early on though too. Install button is out. Click, click. Yeah. Go enjoy. Battler is unlocked later. Is that what? Hold on. What, you mean this? But I thought his ace bonus was doing something like that too. Was early 2000s? Yeah, okay, that's what okay. That is what I remember. Right, but like this is so bad with Hayate though, because we have to like we're now counter killing, we don't get to be proactive. We're wasting so much assist from him. But that's okay. Hopefully making these like big sloppy mistakes will remind me not to do bad next time. This is not a crit, so we can take this without dying. Hold on a second. All right, let's hold on. Let me look. At +3, max morale from Battler increases to +5, and oh no, you're right. Okay, yeah. I was reading this like a separate clause that this was just making it 20%, not attaching it to the effect Battler. But no, you're right. On second read, that is fully just attached to the skill, not to its own ace bonus. Okay, yeah, that's why. Okay. Yeah, then the other trouble is we're just like also like without energy. 1, 2, 3. We can fix this though. Yeah, okay. This should be fine. This should be fine. Are we on? We are on final conditions. Okay. If I don't mess the heck up, we can definitely clear this. These are all garbage, junky generics. So yeah, ace bonuses stacking themselves to abilities is weird sometimes. Yeah. Well, and just like as I've said a couple of times, as like a way to try and protect my pride a little bit. Reading some of these things on stream, I'm like reading them faster. That is like probably what should be happening. So I've definitely made some goofs on understanding what was happening. Digimon Story Time Strangers is the #1 selling paid game on Steam right now. I'm a little surprised it is #1, especially in the face of Silksong having just come out recently, but that is so good to hear. Domon has the same thing going on. Does he? And did we just get his aces so far? Did I get his ace so far after the fact? Oh yeah, right, yeah. It does reference Make Yoshisui, but I got this after we got Make Yoshisui. We weren't using him. I used him like really early on, then stopped. I think I probably would have assumed when we got this, I probably would have assumed that this would have just been like question marked out before then. We are so back. I sure hope so. Golly, I hope so. Okay. Hayate. Yeah, and then the other garbage part too is we need to waste a Shikishima again. Right, like this is another three assists that I like squandered because we had to like reapply this. It's interesting that the DLC characters get 10% damage for free. Just like do they as like an ability, like on what principle? I believe you, but just like where does it show that? Okay. Okay, so that's not quite lethal. And the other trouble is they gain morale too. Before it had the 130 morale clause ace bonus. Oh, okay. We probably also need to like break. I don't know if break morale on Hayate is like giving us enough damage though, is the thing. Okay, well, I guess let's look over here first and see what the Grid Knight can do. What are we dropping? Or like, this is pretty heinous. Unless I'm missing where it's showing me this. I just like need to know what my stats are at all times, right? Because like we're getting, stay there. We're getting a down stat here, but all of these are up because they're still above where they would be normally, just on the printed value, but I don't know which of these has been dropped. Like, I know I could figure it out, but like that should just be a thing that is like easily communicable. Easily communicated. Yeah, it's like probably mobility down from the wave reduction attack. But just like, there's no reason that couldn't have been shown somewhere. Spirits and analyze. We're at 3,300. We need a smash. Are we at? We're not at max morale yet. We can still go up one more. Yeah. That's so darn close. Okay. I think let's just try and daunt it and see if we can one-shot it. Or not, well, it's not one-shotting it now, because it's already been damaged, but you know what I mean. Lethal from here. No, that's not changing it much. Okay, I guess we'll commit somebody else to it then, that's fine. I guess we can tactical here, like this is, I can't imagine a much better group. I guess let's do this first, because we're gonna need to use these. I'm just thinking that Suzaku is probably gonna be the one to come over and chip, just because he doesn't have like a lot else relevant to do. You got charge? No, you do not have charge. Okay. All right, how much damage are we missing? We are missing only 2,000. So yes, this should work. Yeah. I have a bullseye just a wee bit extra. Break morale does give you more attack and defense. But yeah, just like having extra morale. But the each point of morale is only 0.5% improvement. So that's like pretty minimal comparatively to just like some of the like hard flat numbers that we're getting. Right, like having 20 extra morale, or like, yeah, like if we put break morale 3 on him, that's 20 extra morale, which is effectively like 20 extra ranged and defense at the same time. So like that is better, but like we have like, if we could find other ways of getting extra damage first, those are still also better still than that. Or like getting something like plus skill, like this is not an example of damage, but like trying to find other instances where the bonuses are like adding a couple different other ways. And plus, like, that amount of morale is also just like super expensive. I'll have to weigh what that was, like 202,000 for plus 20. How many instances of 5 can we get for that same amount of money for the rest of the stats? SRY has less damage boosters. Yeah, no, it does feel like we're like a lot more strapped on damage. I mean, like I've said, literal 0 of our pilots so far have had Valor. We've had to try and get Valor out of some other effect somehow. Like we've had no one that's had double damage. Oh, because I keep changing the support. I'm like, why is this not changing the actual damage here? Alongside games coming out, Digimon, I know Final Fantasy Tactics dropped recently, then early Trails in the Sky remake dropped. Yeah, isn't the Tactics also a remake of the first one? Isn't this the second remake on Steam of the Tactics one? You just have size, attacker, and post-game parts, and the Eternal. Yeah. Well, and like, to me, second attacker was also that, because second attacker was also basically increasing your damage by like 65% in quotes with like some amount of other stipulations going on there. but it also just like lets you be more independent, so you don't have to play as a group. Yeah, this one is the remake of the PS1 one. Is that not what it was before too? Is it, there's definitely one that's on Steam right now that I'm pretty sure is like in my library somewhere. That's like also a remake of it, but maybe it wasn't the PS1 one. Oh, you know what? You're right. It was a remake of War of the Lions, wasn't it? Yune and Quest and Yune are the earliest scholars at level 50. That's nuts. That's so high. 75% with level 3. Second attack gives 75% at level 3. Yes, yeah. It's just that level 3 is like honkin' expensive. So I've been so far been measuring at level 2 right now. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. And then this is low enough, and we can probably chip this if we need to like swing Hayate around here. Okay. The OG is 55%. Yeah, I'm pretty sure level 1 is 55%, level 2 is 65%, and level 3 is 75%. Most get soul at 60, I believe. Some saps are even 65. I mean, like, I don't even, based on how I've been doing, I don't know if we're even going to like hit that point. There's gotta be another way to get some more damage in here, right? Not the OG characters get bravery at 55, I think. Okay. I mean, even still, I don't know if we'll see Cross. Maybe we'll see Cross get to 55. I guess first, hold on. Let's first clean up over here, because we know we can do this. 1, 2, 6. Right, like, do this first. You need Mari. You will. Okay. Well, good to know. If I hit 99 by chapter 6, then you at least get to 60. Oh, gracious. Okay. I mean, I feel like we're pretty close to being done chapter 5. I'm just like ignoring doing the story missions, but I think there's a lot more space to that. I like abusing cheer and parts missions. I mean, yeah, no, we've definitely gained some level from parts missions. I put it to you though, I think because you said you were playing on hard. My experience is, I think, quartered on expert, so that's why I'm like, I don't know if my levels are going to get that high. We were killing them before because they also were like not up on morale. This is why. Also, I need to turn an animation on to like get this music to stop. Here, we've been using the Macross boy. Let's do this. Oh, I see. I was on hard. Yeah. No, I think that's a really big difference for where my levels are standing. Right. I was through chapter 2 at like level 10 to 15, I think, with everybody. Not that my show on last scenario was anything to go by, but I also tend to try to end maps really early. Like I tend to want to try and like take as few turns as possible, which just also means like I don't have like as much time to farm EXP. I'm like using most of my stuff towards like getting kills. Oh, I guess that also just like trying to find ways I can like consistently crit, because that's also a 25% damage boost. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we figured it was 25% when we were looking at Crush or Smash with Galma. Also, do you have 100? You do. Okay. So we can just use both bodies now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure, that's almost full. Okay, so that still needs to get analyzed. I think Lelouch can probably do that. Oh, right, sorry. That's why we weren't doing max damage. We also don't have full buffs. Oh, we don't get the buffs from Lelouch because of where we went. No wonder we weren't doing damage well. Speaking of extra damage, like that's also why I've been using the Grand Garand and the Tactical so much, just because it's like it's also another free way of getting extra damage. That last refrain of the song is also definitely my favorite part of it. I beat like 3 maps over 5 turns in the game. Yeah, exactly. My turn count is rather steep right now just because of how the early game worked for us. Oh, we can go one more. Okay, how close are... Oh, no, I guess... No, sorry, we still got Rodance left. Now we need to start... Oh, no, we still got... Hold on. We still got Mari's here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... I did notice that I got lucky there. That was not a full kill, and I had to crit for that. Whoops. This is going to put us to 1, 2, 4. That's a shame. Okay, so we could... Actually, let's check out the Komungas now. And that's still not... Oh, that is lethal with a support attack. Which will work. Okay. Now we need to start eating these. Echika has already used Unity this turn. Then again, after playing Expert Plus in 30, which this Expert is based on, I would not do it on a playthrough 1 since it's just stat inflation, the game. Yeah, that's fair, but like, again, because I'm on stream, like a little bit of it was, there was some amount of like snottiness and like needing to present myself as the like, my goal, I guess I haven't said this before while you've been here. My goal on this channel is to be the absolute definitive best expert at all of these games possible. So I like need to try and prove a point that like I can do expert on like a first playthrough without like looking at any information. Right, I want to be a snot about it because I don't know. I just got something in me when I started playing these games. I just got something in me that went, this has to be my thing. I need to master these. I'm going to be unsatisfied unless I'm an absolute master at them. So, though that said, I do just like always crank up the difficulty on literally everything I play as soon as I turn it on. Which does definitely, like, I will be the first to tell you, there are plenty of games that are not better because they are harder. And just what that means is I just end up dropping them. Also, the harder difficulties make upgrading more expensive, which is not my preferred way. Yeah, no, it's super pricey. I'm still, like, thinking about how I feel in relationship to the chapter 1, where they just, like, give you access to casual difficulties, like, upgrade costs. It's definitely an interesting choice. I've not, like, fully decided my thoughts on it yet. But... yeah, no, it's very pricey here. Control Room Guy and I had been talking about this, that a number of people had been, like, switching down to casual to get upgrades, then switching back to expert for like gameplay difficulty because the cost was like so unfunly steep. No problem. I was just playing for myself as long as you have fun. Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like I want you to play the game in the way that you enjoy, and like I want to be able to talk. I want to be able to speak to like both versions of that, right? Like what I enjoy and what my audience enjoys too. But I also think it's like my job as someone who is making content for people and someone who has spent a long time in academia being frustrated by people not explaining their logic, actually like being able to say like why for real I'm doing this, you know? I like your DLC stance as a content creator. I appreciate that. Thank you. 50% is quite a lot. Yeah, no, 50% is so deep. I also like to fashion myself the idiot. I don't know if that still remains true, but a lot of my time through school, I felt like I was. It probably wasn't the case. So there's also some amount of like, if I can do it on hard, you can do it on whatever difficulty you'd like. Like these games are not so hard that you cannot figure out how to do them. I'm confident in you, not necessarily you specifically. Like I'm confident in you specifically too, but that I'm confident in you, any amount of my viewership, that you will be able to handle like conquering these games. So like if this man whose specialty is in English and not math, okay, we might just have to hear some presses, can figure out how to math through the harder versions of these games, then someone who's like actually good at video games can definitely do it. Yeah, this part of the song is absolute fire, I think. You need another charge. Okay, yeah, this is just a kill. How many of these do we have left? I believe we should still have... No, we've used all of Foz. I guess we have them. At least it's not Effie Awakening Lunatic, that is just torture. So I have been told. I have a very weird relationship with Fire Emblem, which is to say that I know an alarming amount about them for having never played a single one. I have watched and notated just so many of those games and have never played one. One day I got the bug to watch LTCs of them, and then I just kept watching and then was doing other stuff at the same time, and then now we're here. Okay, so we want Kira to not kill so that we can press off of Hayate from here and then get over to clean up the rest of these. Or to clean up one of these two. Yeah. But honestly, torture sounds fun to me, though. That's what I want. Right, we don't need to do anything else. Just, if you crit, this also might still be lethal. No, it's fine. At least the DLC here is not as busted as in 30. The SRX is crazy to push your level early. I'm like struggling because the SRX design looks gross to me, but I think that is an unpopular opinion amongst Super Robot fans. I'm not surprised that it's like busted in half. Like I do think they tend to like doing that. But, okay, this is the last of it. So also we should have been. I did not realize how little we had left. I thought there was still a lot more to go, so we should have been blessing a lot of these, but that's fine. Oh, that's also like practically no money, so I guess that doesn't matter. If we can, let's give this to Suzukaze. Oh, never. Well, that's fine. Well, there was a lot of wasted actions because I wasn't planning on Taba killing, but that's whatever. Fire Emblem ROM hacks are pretty fun. Yes, I have watched a lot of the ROM hacks too. They do seem really cool. SRX is better looking in OG. Okay, but like the problem for me is not the art style. The problem for me is just the way its head is. Like, there's nothing that's going to improve that, I don't think. Okay, right. We want to like the like huge blocky square visor just ate for me. I know that it has like a normal head on the inside that you see during some attacks, but it looks like a TV screen. It looks like someone took like an old tube TV and just like jammed it on his head like a costume. Okay. We don't have enough to purchase that. That's a shame. Digimon Story is downloaded. Rock on. Heck yes. Enjoy. I think the head is funny. I mean, yeah, the head is definitely funny, but I think it's too funny for me to take seriously, unfortunately. Also, the Guan Genocider, it is a screen. What is that? Is that an OG unit that I've just not heard of? The Guan Genocider? Or is that the name of its attack? I guess let's just start doing this. And then... yeah. Because then we're going to... we'll do a relic, and that'll still give us time to talk units. Which I know is like... which I know is rude of me, knowing that y'all want to be paying attention to something else right now, but... I think this matters, right, but that doesn't actually matter that much. We need starting morale. No, you know what? Hold on. We're scrapping this whole branch now. We don't need this anymore. Come on. How close are we? 8,000. I think we can get that. No, we can't. The Guan Genocider is an attack for SRX. It just started another sentence. Oh, okay, yeah. The attack makes the Van Presto sound. Yeah, and maybe that's what I was thinking of. No, you know what? We actually get this when we start TN. We do need this still. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, no, that is. I think that is the one that I was thinking of. That like it shows off its like regular head on the inside of it. That matters. Okay, and then we save the rest of that money for. We'll do a relic. Oh, we also got this ace chat from Hayate. What does he give? SP 80% is really good. Yeah, no, it is. It super is. We're just shy of there. I also did not expect, because yeah, my SP is also quartered. I did not expect that the 60% was going to put us at 60%. I thought it was going to, like, the game saw that we were at 50% and then took half of that. So I thought it was going to put us to 60% and then take half of that, putting us to 30% for expert. But no, it just gives you the whole 60. Well, let's do this superior relic, because this won't take too long. And then we can probably do 2 in here. You go. Oh, we only got 1 this time? Sure. For sure, the Dynazenon can handle it on his own. Yeah. And it crashed. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, STG is also broken, especially if you're, like, willing to move it around like I do. Hit me. Oh, that's a shame. We weren't close enough for a one turn. That's fine. We'll get it on turn 2. It's only 10,000 we're missing. We can also... Oh, no, we don't need to fortune. We'll do that. We'll do that for going into enemy phase. Spirits. Fortune. Are there any assists that matter? I guess we use Reyna to pump her up and see what else she can get, because she's close to leveling, I think. Although I guess we could have just, like, used some more, we could have used we could have saved that for Kaname, because we would have had 2 Kanames here, and then we could have actually had some more fortunes here, but that's fine. I've been nothing if sloppy this whole time. Hype boost, okay, plus 10 starting morale's fine. No one really needs it, though. Okay. Ultra Relicivore. We'll get this up further. I would like to hear if there are starting choices for Digimon, what they are. I've not looked at this at all. I love demo data corruption. That's a shame. That's a real shame. I'm sorry. This seems easier? Are there just... I guess there's just more of them? Okay. I mean, sure. I guess we should be using... Hold on, we can use Kaname now. And then we can fortune this again. Yeah. Oh yeah, here's also another reason why I've not been using Cheers very much. Because on Expert, you are not allowed to use these ones that don't target yourself if they target somebody. You can't use them on Expert enemy phase. Oh, where it's only giving 20, it's not giving 40. I was treating it like it was a Mari for everybody. That's fine. I mean, she still needs the level, so it's not like it's a bad thing. There we go. Let's see what Soldier's Medallion does. Oh, actually, yeah. Well, we'll see what Soldier's Medallion does. Plus 30 max and starting morale. Morale cap increase. Do not stack with other parts. Oh boy. Okay. I still want the Shuffle Alliance Oath on the Dynazenon because, or between the grid deck combination, because being able to double damage is still really valuable on them. But that seems really busted on somebody. I guess that is a way to like increase Hayate. I guess we could switch out the Haro. We don't really need to worry about sight and mobility because we're already going to be we're probably going to be bullseyeing anyway. The fact that we're losing 2 move and 1 range feels kind of bad, but I think it's probably worthwhile because that's solving a lot of our problems. Yes, I have said that one of my regrets is not having invested into the Wing Zero earlier, because I do feel like it has a really high, like, it is the real robot version of what the Dynazenon is doing, which is that it constantly is scaling with morale ups. But I just, like, there's only so many units you get to use, so that one ended up getting left behind for this playthrough. But I do think that is very good, and would also be very good with this. But this just solves also pretty much all of the problems that I think the Siegfried was having, so that works. It's just a matter of who's going to get the Haro now. I'm not sure who necessarily needs it. Everyone kind of already has what they want. Oh, I still stupidly have the topological sight on here. I guess because the weapon crit plus 20, but that doesn't matter. Available. I guess we could probably give him the Haro at this point. What's extra arm S? Oh, right. This is... Does this matter for you? Oh, this actually bumps Barrage's damage up, too. Let's think. I guess that is, strictly speaking, just better than Spirit of the Shot. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna switch Kira out for extra arms, and then also the Haro is just like, it is doing more, but across, like, we're splitting it across parts though. Yeah, that's considerably better. We're losing damage other places, but I think that's fine. Okay, that's good. One of the other things I need to do is I need to figure out look at Freya. Activates the spirit. Okay. I see. Okay, so if we drop Kaname and put Freya in, we need to start leveling her if we're gonna keep using Hayate. Like that's a difference that's worth having. Okay, we got Relic of Power Arrival. Sure. And then hopefully we can deploy 2 units that just are like loaded down with assist cheers, so we can start farming her up. We do get 3 this time. Okay, cool. Probably the Dynazenon if we need something to go by itself. And let's tentatively put the Methus and the Jet Jaguar in. Okay, is this just another kill all? I mean, if we have to redo it, we have to redo it. That's whatever. Within 3 turns, destroy any 1 enemy. Destroy any 1 enemy, and then on the same turn, destroy a lot of enemies. Okay, great. I think that's probably plenty doable. Let's see if they move first. Because if so, this is totally fine. They do. Okay, not in the way that I wanted them to, but that's fine. That's doing nothing. Okay, cool. I love how broken New Gundam with Hyper Reloader is. Okay, is the New Gundam like the ammo? I'm not surprised it's the ammo-based one. One of my qualms here with this game is like how unfortunate like all of the attacks are. Like everything is exactly the same, and everything always is energy based. And I'm like, we have so many ammo based parts. Like we are just not seeing them. Like what's happening? We're not seeing any like pilots that use ammo at all. But if maybe that's why, because they've just like allocated them to a couple of like the Gundam units that we're not using. I would expect it out to be real. I would expect it to be out of real robots, but even the real robots that I've looked at, almost all of them have like really steep morale costs, or really steep energy costs as their primary choke point for their like final attack. My Digimon is at 70%. Curse my UK internet. That's so frustrating. Still just waiting. Well, that gives me plenty of time, because once we finish this one, I think we can go into, I can start going into unit analysis, so I'll at least keep you distracted for a little bit. Though it would have been fun getting to play that at the same time. Okay, I think we're good. We checked the Dynazon on full burst is lethal on these two. I guess there's no reason not to do this to make sure. New Gundam is the only big ammo unit? Okay, well, that's lame. There should be more. Poor guy. Yeah. Right, we want to hit here, because then it's defending on its turn. When it attacks us, we can then, like, counter back. And kill it. And then it's just a matter of killing here, which will be fine. Also, we get to analyze all of these. But yeah, like I said, I am curious what choices are. We said this one was more like you're playing it more like Pokemon, where you get to like collect everything, rather than like the trainer sim one, where you get to like you're supposed to pick like one that you're farming up, right? Okay, we can... Oh, right, the whole point of this was to... Yeah, although in this game, it's good to scan them all. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, wasn't that how, Cyber Sleuth was, too? Systlinks, Freya, Hearts. You also get the anomaly point. Is that the... Do I remember that? I think there was something about anomalies. Get them 100 scan data, but you get better stats at 200. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's what I was thinking. This is what I was remembering. Oh, you're just at max. Five extra ABI and 100 HP. Is ABI the, like... There was some stat that was like... Oh man, I've got to like dig deep in my memory. I haven't played this in a while. Was it friendship that was like determined by like passing back and forth? No, that was use. There was another one that every time you digivolved, you were like getting more levels of it, and then you also needed that to like digivolve into some of like the cooler or like the like more potent ones. Is what you need to. Yeah. And only points level up agent rank, and that is required for our level Digimon. Okay, yes. So this is... I didn't say it well, but in my head, these were all of the things... Like, these were, like, the things that I was thinking that they were. These were, like, vaguely what I was remembering. Okay. These now should all be lethal. Oh, they're not, because two of them just decided not to attack me. Okay. I see. So the cluster of four... Or the cluster... Yeah, the cluster of four in the middle does not attack. Okay, see. That's fine. Is that what you're describing? Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, I should not have retried that. I should have went back to intermission. That's my mistake. Oh, well, I guess we ended up farming a little bit after all. I mean, this playthrough has been pretty scuffed from what I had originally described it as, so who cares? The rare game over. I would like to think it's rare, thank you. I feel like I've been game overing a lot more than I've been wanting to, though. But that's what I get for, like, trying to go into a new game expecting to be perfect at it. Okay, so yeah, we have... Yeah, I see we have our answer. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. As someone who's cataloged them and timestamped your mods, the game overs are rare. I guess you would know them. You would know the most. I believe we can count them on one hand still. You know what? I'll take that. I will take that. That has to be a win. Okay, that moved this time. I mean, fine. I just don't understand why. Yeah, okay. I think we get to do it this turn now. Remind me when I got the bright idea to beat all bosses in Tales of Hearts R on my first playthrough. I feel you. I mean, yeah, no, that's exactly my speed. Is that game like notorious for having a massive bosses constantly kill you? Yeah. Okay. Exactly the same vibe. Okay, these ones we don't need to kill. I would have marked them ahead of time had I realized these were going to move for me. Oh, and these ones also don't block. Okay, I see. The game is like trying really hard to tell me how to do this. Rare Tales of Hearts player. Which, okay, well, which Tales is this? There's so many of them. Is this one of like the early PlayStation 1 ones? I played on hard. I just swallowed the word. Yeah. You know, it is worth saying though. Sometimes hard mode ain't hard. Oh, on Vita? Oh, sick. I loved the Vita. I missed the Vita so much. PS Vita is good. Underrated entry IMO with some really fun gameplay. Maybe I should play it. I have like had an off and on relationship with a lot of the Tales series. I had a friend from college who really liked them. But a lot of the ones that they liked were not the ones where I don't think the ones for me. I do feel like there's like a vast disparity between each of the entries, though. Unless you want an anime fan or gooner like me, the PS Vita was a dead console. Yeah, no, 100%. It was... it had its niche, and I definitely fell among it. For the former and not the latter, but yeah. Had rare gems like Persona. Yeah. The gameplay is good, but the story not so much. The Sleeping Beauty stuff was not my taste. Tales is very much a playable shonen. I would recommend Tales of Berseria female. Yes, Berseria was one of the ones that I did play, and I was like, no, this is sick. I really enjoyed this. And I loved all of the weird, all of the villain archetypes being playable. And then we just didn't get to actually use Freya at all. That's fine. She'll level up some other time. That's whatever. All right, I'm gonna look at that part, and then we'll put this into Hayate, and then we will call gameplay for the evening, but not the evening for the night. What we just got? SP recovery gets 15 more at the start of own phase. Okay, that is what I expected. I would love to put that on the A Advent, but this is just better. Yeah. Combat system in Zestria and Berseria are special, either good or bad. Yeah. Isn't Zestria technically, is Zestria the one that's like technically a prequel to it? Is a prequel to it? Or I guess Berseria is a sequel to it, because I think they came out in the like canon order. Carried by its gameplay and characters, like most tales, with okay-ish story to me. Yeah, right. Like I definitely think the like parts of the quote story I'm thinking of are the like small character interactions rather than like the big overarching narrative. That is also like definitely a problem in terms of like conversation about these things. That we just like don't have a good way of being able to talk about the difference between like story as like grand narrative versus story in terms of like the small in between moments, you know. Zestria is prequel but came first. Okay, yeah. I think Abyss is really good story. Is Abyss PS2? I think Abyss is PS2. I think that's one of the ones I started playing, but I did it like right before I went to college, and then just, you know, college happened. I did not have time. And yeah, I have also heard that. I remember that the whatever came before Berseria, so I guess yeah, Zestria, was rather maligned, and that Berseria improved on a lot of it. Abyss was the PS2 one with the red-haired MC who everyone hates. At first, okay, yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of then. You need second attack. We're only worried about second attack 2, right? And then pump this up. This 226. I don't know if this 226 is grabbing that plus 15 from his ace bonus yet or not. Because if this is actually 241, then we are in business. I am going to operate under the assumption that it's not, because historically those things have not been factored into that stats screen, and they'll be shown like during actual gameplay. I guess actually, hold on. There's that answer here. Let's just do some data gathering. We're not actually going to do this mission. I just want to see what Hayate's stats look like when we actually deploy him and see what we're. He should be, if my calculations are correct, his ace plus cookie should be putting him at plus 20. Do we see it here or not yet? You do think it's factored in? Okay, well, we'll find out. I guess that's also one of the reasons why I wanted to keep using Cookie, is that I think her passive is way better than Nia and Keen's. 231. It is. Okay. Unfortunate. So that's going to be a little more expensive for us, but it's fine. I've not seen it do it with anyone else. Okay, cool, perfect, great, nice consistency. Good job, game. I guess there was also a faster way. There was also like a way more efficient way of testing this, which is to say 226. Uh, 226. No, this still says 226 here. Huh. Additional +5 if Freya is an assist. Huh. That's interesting, because the skill didn't change there. He was at 231. But he should be getting 5 more from Freya there, but should also be getting another 5 from Cookie. So he should be at... if this plus 10 was already in here, he should at least be at 236. Hold on, let me go back and look at the VOD so I can. Let me see where his actual number was, because I maybe was looking too fast. What are we looking at? He's at 231. That's so odd. Put Freya in? Yeah, she was, right. So like, here, we have... Freya's in here, right? You got +5 from Cookie in the stage, right? Yeah. And I have Freya in here right now. Freya is part of the assist team. And Hayate is at 226 skill. Actually, 208 CQB, 216 range, and 226. Right. If I was in the stage and I had 231, that is just one instance of +5, which should be from Cookie. But I now have unequipped Freya. She is now not part of my assist team. He's still at 226, 208 CQB, and 216 range. I don't have Freya as an assist now, so theoretically this should go down by 5 points. Right? That's what I'm saying, right? That's why I'm like something is not adding up here. Something is goofed up. So I don't have her on the team still. Let's launch and see where we are if we're still at 231. This is what we found. Actually, yeah, here. This is also why I'm like always dubious of things. While we're here, just let's pause for a second. Yeah, hopefully it's updated on the map, but it could just be translated wrong. Oh, I guess you can't see it from this menu. I'll show you when we get back to regular. Intermission. I found a translation mistake. That's a really big deal. Yeah, like that, yeah. My next thought is that it doesn't check in the menu. That is true. Yeah, it must not check in the menu because we did go down by 5. So it probably checks in the menu. It probably just checks whatever your last committed assist formation was before going into a mission. But here, if you didn't know this NR151, this might be good for you. This might be useful for you to know. This SP supplement fully lies. This does not give you 40 SP. Just stay on the screen for me. Thank you. This does not give you 40 SP. It says 40 here. This gives 80. I 100% checked this. 100% this gives 80 and not 40. So that just lies. But like, that's why I'm like dubious of literally everything, because I keep running into situations like that. So yeah, it does. I guess what's happening then is, it's checking. It's like pulling from whatever your last deployed assist. Noin's ace bonus is also mistranslated. Yeah, right. Because that stuff happens all the time with this. Okay, this puts us to 141. Then +5 from Cookie puts us to 146. So we'd still be doubling someone like Nay. So I think this is a good amount of skill for now. And that solves a lot of our damage problems with Hayate. I think he now is probably pretty set. So we can then start go back to upgrading his unit then to try and get the energy down. Nope, that's wrong. Mech upgrade costs. Customization. Upgrade mechs. It's going to be energy first because that's like actually matters. I guess just 2 points will do. Sure. And then sure. And then we can finish that next time we finish a real mission. Okay, let's get that set back to where it is supposed to be. And then we can get to what is rapidly becoming my favorite part of these streams. I think we're going to take this off because we scale better off of our own effects than enemies do off of their defense, as far as I can tell. And they might not always have the defenses, where, like, this is just more active. Thank you for talking about the SP supplement. You're welcome. It feels like a big difference, especially with SP early on. Okay. We will keep the sound on in the background, and I will try and put this down away from my mic so it doesn't make that awful clattering sound. I have no idea how my mic picks up so much noise coming from, like, my setup. It's so obnoxious. Okay. Where were we? Is it not this? Lelouch. Oh no, right. We weren't doing resurrection. We were doing recapture. Nah. You know what? I think I want to do something different today. Have you seen Stalker? Like the video game series that's, like, based off of the really good sci-fi novel? Like, or the movie that is based off of the video game that is based off of it's like Highway Picnic or something. Alien, what's that called? Roadside Picnic. Roadside Picnic. Is that what you're talking about? If so, I have not seen it. I do want. Oh, The Assist. Okay, we're still talking about Super War. Sorry. Do we have him? If I don't have him, then no, I have not seen him. What's he from? While we're pulling that up, MAHQ. Oh no, that's not what we want. That's not the most flattering image of him, but that'll have to do. My least favorite assist in the game. Why is it so bad? Why do you hate it so much? Sorry, you didn't say you hate it. It's your least favorite. Why is it your least favorite? Okay, fine. I will look it up then. I'll go on Akarasu and look it up. We need assist links. Here. You want... Oh, we've had a main monitor on the whole time. I'm such a goof. We could have taken the windows away. That's fine. Okay. Stalker. Ready, go. Main pilots and subpilots of all units, ally and enemy gain 15 morale. I see. Why 15 to everyone? Why would you do that? For 4 also? That feels heinously bad. Like, unless you started with this, right? Where, like, early game, especially in expert, where you don't have where you don't have all of like all of the extra ways of getting morale early on. We were like really dead in the water, not having a lot of early morale. I would buy that early game as a like a risk reward kind of like, well, you want to get your good attacks, right? You want to get access to your abilities. So like, I guess if you really want him that bad, like how bad do you want him? But late game, like if I haven't seen him yet, that's not worth it at all, I don't think. And his passive was just giving you 1 extra each time. Like that does not feel good. But okay, yeah, let's rock. I know I've not actually finished them yet. I still keep not watching it doing something else, but for our last half-ish hour, let's switch off of Rose of the recapture for a minute, and I want to talk about the Mazinger. We'll definitely do the Mazinger, and then if I don't just spend a half hour talking about him, I want to do the first two, the Doubtless and the Garida, whatever the skull guy is. But yeah, so I think, despite the fact this like really low res image of him, is there a better image somewhere on this wiki? Actually, no, this is a pretty good design. This is a pretty good, like, visual of him. I think that the Mazinger's design is just utter fire. I think they really cooked with it in a way that's like really subtle and that I don't think people talk about enough. So I'd like to correct that. So first, because the Mazinger is so old, it needs to like work, its visual styling needs to work towards what kind of animation we could expect out of the time. So like, we are not going to be able to have a lot of very dynamic looks to it unless we're expecting it to stand still a lot. And like, that's what you saw out of a lot of other mechs, the contemporaneous mechs, where a lot of their like special attacks had a lot of like angles and edges and corners to them. But they frequently, it was mostly just still images like flashed forward and backwards to like imitate motion, because it was just like ludicrously hard to animate this. But we have this like very circular, very columnal design that allows you to still animate this dynamically without needing to do those freeze frames, right? Like, it's pretty easy to draw these lines. Like, I'm no good at drawing, and I could draw the Mazinger like most of the way, like minus a little bit of the like head. But and with that, because we have these like really big blocky shapes, these shapes are also really easy to approximate in like not perfect angles, right? Where like, if we need the Mazinger to punch, if we need him to like do a rocket punch, this arm can extend, we can like cheat the animation, or like this arm can shorten in a way that is not actually what it should look like. But because the shapes are so simple, your eye is willing to let you go like, no, that was close enough. Like, that you will cut through the sort of nonsense that's happening with animation to like make it make sense, because we have like really basic designs. And like, the Mazinger is framed in terms of it being a dynamic, all usability, constantly like, it has a variety of weapons and it's using them in different ways. So it definitely benefits from the fact that it has a simple design to allow it to be drawn doing things dynamically, right? Like, there is antithetical design if we have really like large complexity to the visual styling, and we also want to have visual complexity to its verbs. Not that you can't do both, but like, again, especially at the time, like, that was just not an accessible option. Maybe I should have started with this. Maybe I should have like talked about like more visual stylings generally first before application, but I like doing the wrong order. We have a very clean color profile. Like, I've already talked about this before, but like, the gauntlets here are, maybe they look blue. I think they're typically considered black. I mean, like, he's like the Black Iron Fortress in the song, right? But we have like 2 dominant colors of black and white, and then our tertiary color of red. That's just like accenting elements is very clean. Like, we also have like, again, big chunky color stripes. So like, we're also breaking up our profile really well. So we have like white, black to dark colors to white. So there's something interesting for your eye to like move down through the design the entire time rather than having to just like trace one color and sort of getting lost in the background. And then look at also how sharp these look against these like really beautiful pastel backgrounds, right? One of the tips, one of the best things that you can learn when trying to like do really basic levels of design, any visual design, is any white text with a black outline is readable on any color because the nature of like black and white being the most and least colorful colors. So opting to have a design that's largely based around these two very dynamic colors like allows us to do these kind of shots a lot more and for things to still stand out. We like, because of these bars, we also can like very easily imitate human clothing. Like this kind of looks like a shirt or a crop top, and this kind of looks like underwear or like exercise shorts. So, and one of the elements that I really want to talk about when looking at super robots is the play feature of them. I mentioned this briefly with Code Geass, but didn't go into it too much, just because I think that's not as much of the point. Whereas it is with super robots, like you could easily dress up like this or close to this and be able to play as the Mazinger. I think shonen anime usually gets a bad rap for this and like is like, this is kind of stupid, why do we do this, when there's like a really clear answer. But like, why does almost every shonen protagonist have to name their attack? It's that you can play with it, right? If you are kids on the playground and you wind back your arm and swing it, but you don't get anywhere near close to the kid, you look like a doofus if you don't say anything. But if you wind back your arm and then like shout gum gum, and then when you pull it forward, you shout pistairu, everyone, like most people are going to know what you were talking about and they're able to be incorporated into your play. So the fact that the Mazinger also does that really well is definitely a champion of its design. Like, to me, at least, because I think it's in the song and because earlier versions of it use this as its sort of like primary defining quality. The breast fire is the Mazinger attack. Like rocket punches have been carried through beyond its lifetime greatly, but the breast fire is like easily far and away the most like is like the most crucial of its design features, and its action is flexing its biceps. So if you know what's going on, you're able to play along really easily. But even if you aren't familiar with the show, even if you don't know what game you are playing, the fact that someone has like flexed their biceps and you see like another kid act like they are falling down, it's like really easy to communicate and understand like why, like there is an internalized logic based on our own interpretation of anatomy and like visual signifiers why that's happening. So the fact that the Mazinger is like built around communicating like that is also like using its design really well. I think it doesn't get enough credit because it's not enough just to say, well, that's what design looked like. We have to have a lot of really simple shapes. Like, yes, we do, but it uses them very well. Like that, like perpendicular line is like really easy to draw, sure, but it didn't have to act like it was flexing. It literally doesn't because it's a robot. It doesn't have muscles to flex. But because we know kids are going to play like that, it's more dynamic when a kid does it, and that's the point, is that when they're imitating it, it's way easier to become the robot than needing to try to explain like, okay, well, if I like thrust my shoulder forward, this is a slash harken, and it's like a melee, it's a little melee projectile, but it's actually on a cord, so I can pull it back really like that's so much level of convolution that you need to explain. Or like trying to talk through playing at a Gundam and like, do you need to explain Minovsky particles to the other child? Like, probably not, but there's a lot more layers of like needing to understand how the workings of a real robot series does to make sense of the verbs that our characters get. Whereas with super robots, you can just go, yeah, it does it because it's cool for a robot to do that. But in addition to that, it's a absolute slam dunk that we have the breast fire. Like, just these red panels are really smart. So first we have them imitating the same visual styling as the arm, right? Like when you put the bicep up, I wish I had a picture of it doing the breast fire, so I didn't have to talk about this in the abstract. this is like vaguely close, right? This is pretty close to the breastfire pose, right? Like we have the arm up in the same general motion shape that the breastfire panel is going up. So we have like direct imitation. I could pretty easily surmise this is going to do something with this. We also want to see that this is going to do something because it's like, well, this is a bright, not only is it a different color from the rest of the profile, but it also, like, it's red, so it dramatically stands out. So to then like have it shoot like big fire lasers, it really leans into the design elements that we sort of like are implicit to a lot of like how we style things. But more than just that, like more than red being fire and power, it's also, oh there, here's the breastfire. Perfect. It's also like evil. If you look at Go Nagai's designs, all of his heroes are modeled after devils. I mean, literally one of them is Devilman, but like look at the profile of the getter. It's devil horns, right? This is a devil's head. Like, tell me that this also does not look like an evil face. Like, these are the eyes, here is the mouth, here is the chin. Like, I do think that is on purpose. Because a lot of the like time of when this was happening, a lot of this power, the same way that Godzilla was, is like wrestling with understanding the force that nuclear power had, and trying to like parse its like devilhood, or like whether or not it is a worthwhile resource, or like how corrupting it can be, is baked into a lot of these early conversations of these like superpowered characters. But in addition to that, we do also need to ask like the moral quandary of ultimately having this level of power that is so far beyond what anyone else can express. Like, you are always constantly dancing with the notion of being equivalent to a devil or a demon. Especially because we also have like punk characters driving them, right? Like Koji is not this like upstanding, moral, all A's good student kid. He like almost runs a person over with his motorcycle in the first episode, right? Like these characters are not being pulled from the heights of like from the like paragonal heights. And I think the character design should reflect that, because I think we are one to ask the question, like, what if the robot goes on a rampage? Like we construe robots not as if taking over the world as being this like benevolent, fixing all of our problems. It's always the threat of AM from do Android's Dream, do Android's Dream of, hold on, no, that's the wrong one. No, from I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream, right? That it's like absolute annihilation. That we are also like, as much as we revere them, we fear them. And the Mazinger is like power ultimate. It combats literally everything that is thrown at it and then some. So not only is it like a villain to a force that thinks it's going to be able to stop it, but like, well, if he decides that he's not a good guy anymore, what are we going to do? So we always have this like slight reminder that power is a little bit beyond control. I mean, is no a devil god hero machine? Is no what? But I mean, like, yeah, later on in the series, like later on in the series iterations, we definitely have a conflation with, like deityhood. But I'm trying to look at just like the original version of this design, where like that was probably not yet a spark in Go Nagai's eye, right? Where we don't have Z necessarily standing for Zeus, or if we do, it's maybe far away. We've not really talked about the head yet, so let's do that. In the same way I've said before about all these visual breakups of information, we have three really big vertical columns in the form of the torso and the arms, and then we have like secondary horizontal visuals with like when its arms are down, we have these like very clear stripes across of color. So having then I would call this primary because it's like physically changing coming off the head, line of like yellow across through this face that is a different color than the rest of the helmet shape, is like, again, it breaks up the silhouette well, but also in a way that is like, it's hard to decide whether it is like evil horns again or like also kind of a little goofy. Like there's something a little silly about this, and I also think that is kind of the point. Like this is ultimately still at the end of the day a kids cartoon, and we should like be reminded of that when we're looking at the design. This like helmet grill face mask deal has like very like knight armor energy, but also maybe a little bit gladiatorial too. Oh no, it says welcome to live chat. Have I been like goofed up this whole time? Hold on. No, we've been live. Okay. Weird. Yeah. But we have like gladiator, fighter, warrior kind of energy coming from this like downed front mouthpiece, but like this also resembles like a muzzle. There's like some amount of this that both communicates protection because it is like this silver that we expect out of armor, but also restraint, like an animal that is caged. And I think that also is in keeping with the rest of what I was saying about like the devilness of it. Can we get a picture of the Pilder by itself? The Pilder, on the other hand, is like so modern futurism. Is I guess like now is retrofuturism, but is like it's very futuristic in a way that is befitting of a show that wants to try and like say that giant robots are possible. The like hovercraft, the like bulbous glass dome is very much in keeping with like people at the time's expectations of what the future would look like. So we do have a mix of this want of like not just warrior but also progress communicated. But I don't think we're gonna see an inside of the cockpit, but we do get it every once in a while. That we want a lot of these like kids robots to feel like they are also, you know, well, what if my grandfather has a robot in the basement? Could I drive it? Right? Like we need this like sheepish confession that all of us ultimately want to be Koji, but also don't want to feel like we need the skills to be able to do this. Like theoretically, piloting a robot would be very difficult, which is why we all luxuriate in the real robot genre, as we have characters struggle to like count ammo or like figure out where the button to do the thing they want to do is. Whereas for real robots, it's these just like levers and knobs and joysticks, and like you can just pull something and it works in a way that like if you know machines. So for instance, like because Koji drives a motorcycle already, well surely he can drive this. It's basically the same thing. That it has this like transferable skill, and the fact that it is under-designed, or at least in this picture just fully undesigned, is I think also part of the design philosophy, right? You could go, the fact that I could like go onto MAHQ and look at most Gundams and you would also get a picture of the inside of their cockpit is part of their design, right? You get to look at the cockpit because it is an important understanding that these are like actively machines. You need to be thinking about them being used. Whereas here, like his arms are below the visual line because you don't need to think about him actively working at the machine. That doesn't matter. That's not part of the conflict. The conflict is what he is fighting, and how he is like outwardly projecting it. It is not so much wrestling with the ability to control it. Like we do that in the first couple episodes, and that's like more a narrative beat than a visual design. Whereas like you need to be thinking of the heft that all of the Gundam pilots, or like any of the like real robot pilots, are undergoing pretty much always whenever you are there. Whereas here, that's not part of the conversation. To like compare the two series we've talked about so far, in Code Geass, when you hear them talk, it's not just the voice coming from the robot, right? Like frequently we zoom into the cockpit, we see inside of the cockpit to make it feel very human and personable. Whereas, at least so far from what I've seen, Koji just talks from the top of the Mazinger, and that voice just sort of like comes out places, and it's like totally fine that we don't need to see him necessarily mouthing those words. And yes, that's true also. Like, if it's, especially we're talking about like very basic design, that's true. On our 151, you like that is just adding more levels of complexity of needing to like animate something specific that isn't necessarily contributing to the dynamism of the combat of like, well, we're gonna need to animate some fire or some missiles firing out of his arms, right? We just don't have the time or the budget to put all the little gadgets and gizmos on the top of the dome. But I think specifically it is sort of like daring you to consider that, because you could have just as easily not had this be glass, right? This could have just like folded over and then put a like sort of like metallic pattern on. There's got to be a picture of the modern one, right? Like, do something like what's happening on his chest here, right? Like these hexagonal patterns, still obviously like appropriate for the time period, but you could have just as easily put that across his helmet to like signify that there was like something covering it. But the fact that it is glass, and like most times it's just drawn as like a white or like light blue colored bubble, but the fact that it's glass is like defying you to look at it and go, there could be something in here, but you don't get to see it. I think is like a very important, like a very intentional choice. Like, there was no reason it had to be made this way, and it was. I think there's still more we could say about it. Like, I'm intentionally not covering the Scrander yet, because I haven't gotten to that part of the show. And at least for the Mazinger, I'm going to try and talk about it as I'm like keeping up with the show, rather than with like recapture, where like I want to try and interpret it without having seen the show. So I think we'll pause my Mazinger thoughts, my Mazinger Z thoughts there for now, and let's look at. Man, I kind of want to do these as a pair, but it is almost 8 o'clock and I need to figure out dinner. So maybe we'll just talk about the doublets and then we'll call it. I think this is almost a perfect design for a really basic early villain. The fact that there are two heads is, I think, a good communication of villainy. Like, this says monster without you needing to be told this is evil. You would never expect to see this on the hero side of things, just on the way that it looks. And one of those basic elements among what's happening with the rest of its face is just there are two heads. Typically, we like to visualize our heroes as singular because we want them to be, you know, singular in their purpose as much as they are in their design. If we want kids to play as something, it's way easier to play as something that has a head like you do than two. Like, you need to go through some rigmarole to make this make sense as you're playing. Even if you're just pretend I have two heads, that is still one extra step you need to communicate. But not just two heads. We also have this serpentine head. Like, I don't need to tell you, no degree in literature is going to be necessary to fill anyone in on the fact that we as people, generally speaking, not everywhere obviously, but generally speaking, associate like the serpentine or the reptile frequently with something infernal or something evil. There's like obviously cultures that do not, but it is for sure a dominant visual styling. And also, I don't need to tell you, there are plenty of memes of Marge Simpson holding a cross, but having like some anime girl photoshopped onto her head saying, I just think it's neat, to tell you that like Japan really does just love biblical imagery and draws on it regularly. And not only to say that, but that like there is a lot of Greco-Roman influence to Mazinger, even in its very early designs. Like, they're still called the Mycenaean army early on. Like, Mycenae is the predecessor to Greece in many ways. And Greece leans heavily on the idea that the dragon, the massive serpent, is and should only be slain. So the fact that we have not one but two snake heads as one of the first enemies is like obviously this is meant to be defeated, and of course it's perfect as the first thing to be conquered, because if we are lightly drawing from Greece, or heavily drawing from Greece, it is the perfect signifier. Zeus defeats Typhon in order to be king. He is the two-tailed, not two-headed, but two-tailed serpent. Apollo slays Python in order to be able to become the next king, like we talked about when we were looking at the Apollo mech from Code Geass. So having the Mazinger defeat a serpentine enemy as the first to like prove his mettle is like perfect. It is a grotesque design. Europe is a magical place for Japan. Yeah, Europe, I mean, it's like reverse Orientalism, right? Like Japan apes off of like Norse or Nordic influences and Christian or like Judeo-Christian influences in the same way that like the West loves looking at like Orientalism and going like, ooh, it's interesting and mystical. I have to imagine there's something like fantastical happening here. Like everyone's always been doing it just because like the thing that is odd is made more odd through reflection on it, like on deliberately reflecting on it being different. Okay, so you used the phrase grotesque. I like want to check, because this is like part of where my literary background is. Are you using that in the like literary canon way, or are you using it in just the like it's just like designed to look like monstrous? We're all the same in this way? Yeah, no. Ultimately, we're all trying to answer the same question, and all with the same solution, just with different flavors on it. But while you're getting back to that, we can talk about some other stuff. So like the pointedness of the face, like sharp edges, especially in old design, is very communicative of something like evil or villainous, which is why we see a lot of softness to the Mazinger, despite the fact that we have like a couple of points. So like having these like sharp bladed ears like connotes menace, and these sharp pointed mouths. It looks monstrous. Okay, yeah. So grotesque specifically talks about the way in which bodies and the need to keep up the body is horrifying but also entrancing. It's the way that like people are fascinated by the smells and the visuals of things that come out of them and off of them. Why we are entranced by the indulgences of people and places, like the raucousness of a party, more so than you participating in it, is also just interesting to a lot of people because of the like utter overwhelming amounts of consumption, not the disease, like consuming things. But it is part of how we get into body horror. But this like we produce so much skin that just like flies around the world. We lose so much waste matter through so many different products. All of that piled up in amongst the concept of partying, of excess to greatness, is like a very, if you like are able to like cut yourself away from it and step back, it is like a very odd and very a sort of distressing experience to recognize that anything in which you indulge is ultimately like led to naught, or like led to degradation. So like I'm only a bab for Mazinger. I've only watched the first 2 episodes. So like maybe this thing comes back and there's like some amount of gratuity, like this grotesqueness to it, that like its jaws are like unhinged, or like it's like mechanical guts are spilling out in this same way, that like maybe there's like an element here that I'm missing. It reminds you of the imps from the Hercules movie. Yeah, no, it does look like Pain and Panic. That is true. Which again are Greek inspired. They are Deimos and Phobos, the sons of Ares, respectively. Yeah, no. Hold on, which one is it? Is it? Let's go back to the game quick. Is it? I think Pain is the pink one. it's difficult because they're always listed together. We never just say like pain. I guess it doesn't matter which one the name is in particular, but like here, right? Yeah, this is a very good call. Like, yeah, 100% this devil head looks very similar to this devil head. Like, even color palette wise, these are very close. I mean, hold on a second. Tell me. Hold on. Like, okay, it's not that pink here. It's like, tell me that this pink is not also this pink. Like, I think you may be right. Are these two just the first two Mazinger enemies just moved to a Disney movie? I think that might be the answer. If so, that is excellent. I would not have like I would have just clocked this as like, oh yeah, like devil design. We also like this pointedness for devils. But I would have not clocked it as just like maybe these are supposed to be 1-to-1. But yeah, like this color is also the color of like rot or like decaying flesh. Right? Like if your skin color is this color, something has gone wrong. Please don't look like this. This is like, or this is like deeply bruised. This is like the discoloration after you've been like slugged really hard in the arm and your blood is trying to recover. But yeah, it does look sickly. This is also not like a royal purple, which I think matters, right? Because like we're talking about kingdom and empire. That's like what Dr. Hell wants to make. Like the Mycenaean Empire is literally the Mycenaean Empire. I don't think these guys are from the Mycenaean Empire, but I think they're like, are they? I mean, I guess we can let that find out when we get through the show. But like, the villains are associated with imperialism, and this is not the purple color that is often what like emperors wore. This is degraded. This is like off color, and I think that is on purpose too, because like their plan is imperfect. This like empire ultimately falls. And we need this not to look grand and glorious. Like this is not a combat that is for honor. This is one that is like something has gone wrong with the world versus a hero or an approximation of one. That said, we do have similar designs with the Mazinger, right? Like we still have these like barrel can kind of arm shapes. These look like, if extended, but still extant versions of like this same split in the Mazinger's arms. These yellow points from its ears are very much like these like cudgeled legs, right? These still look like they belong in the same universe and look like they are part of the same understanding of what mechanization looks like. Which again, I think paints the Mazinger as being like not so far away from being a villain that you can feel 100% comfortable looking at it. I also meant that it looks painful in its existence. The two imps look too fat and too skinny. Yeah, no, that is true too, right? Like it's if Hercules wasn't as cartoonified, it's like that belly is distended and looks sickly. Like the gauntness looks like you should be able to see his bones through his skin. Where yeah, like he looks like he does look like if he could be screaming, he would be constantly screaming in pain. This like very deliberate line down the middle does like almost say that this is like forcedly fused, where this maybe is not like the way it is meant to be. It stands legs apart because it can't like properly hold itself upright. It's like almost constantly toppling forward. That it is just like that trying to exist, like trying to have basic functionality in a world for which it is not designed, actively causes it harm. And I think now we would look at that and like that would be endearing. A word that my friend from book club and I have tried to coin, and now I guess maybe this will put it into the world, is pulchriet. The like it's so ugly it's cute, or like it's so ugly it's beautiful. This is like the same thing with like the blobfish, or like I guess in a way the Tumblr Sexy Man. this like want now for all of us dispossessed nerds on the internet to look to media that is like supposed to be repulsive and now go, no, but I like it, I identify with it, right? And like, I think if this was a new design right now, we would probably be seeing a lot more of that, because it has this like hideousness to it that everyone would be like, no, but he's a cutie, don't fight him because he looks evil, right? Where at the time it was it was just much more common to have this like very definitive good versus evil. We know who the bad guys are. We don't need to think about whether or not they are bad. Like, that's just okay. And I think that's like generally a rule through super robots. It's not, obviously not always true, but I think it's more true with them than not, and it's more true about them than real robots, for instance. Same goes to people like Baron Asura or Cal Brocken. They are unnatural existences. Yeah, I'm reserving my thoughts about Baron Asura yet until I see them a little bit more. But I am especially careful and worried about how they are going to present this like version of transgenderness or like body nonconformity or like maybe gender fluidity, depending on how they like behave. That where like this presents monsterhood with elements that we recognize as monsterness, but not in a way that like actively antagonizes someone. Whereas people like Brocken and and Asura are like really extreme versions, but like are still emblematic of experiences that real people have. Like, people are trans, people have body dysmorphia all of the time. People are disabled, people are missing parts of their body all of the time. So presenting those as monstrous, I think I need the show to walk a very careful line about like, why is this, like, why are these elements strange and why are they unnatural? Because I think we can say a lot of things accidentally that teach us to practice like hate or associating a certain visual with inherent negativity that is like very unfit when actually applied to people. Where like, this is distinctly inhuman. It is humanoid. There's like vague shapes that are familiar, but you are never mistaking this for a person. But like, Baron Asura just is a person. Or actually, yeah, no, perfect, yeah. The Fire Emblem Bandits. Right, like, the like opening of Fire Emblem is also kind of subtly always just like, well, it's okay to murder people as long as they're not pretty. And then you like go into a bandit fortress and then you see like one hot boy dashing around. You're like, well, I bet I can recruit him. He probably doesn't need to get stabbed because his hair flows in the wind, right? Like, I think there's something a little insidious to that. And like, we should try to hold our media to a higher standard. But I mean, Mazinger also has survived for a long time, and like, Go Nagai's whole purpose in writing was to try to push the envelope about like what we were thinking about. I mean, like, heck, he like was constantly harangued about his first manga because it was trying to challenge a lot of normality in like school systems and like parent groups and like what media was acceptable, through trying to take the aberrant and making it heroic because it was outcast and therefore could exist beyond society's reach. So like, I do think there's like definitely a possibility that we are having really sincere good conversations in that. I mean, Asura is the victim of Dr. Hell forcing a role onto two people as one. Yeah, I think, doesn't it also depend on the canon? And like, don't tell me more. I want to let the show tell me this too in its own way. But I do know that Baron Asura gets a couple of different backstories about like how they are made. But yeah, right. So like, if the conversation ultimately is about the like body autonomy, the body autonomy being imposed on people is like always going to be a problem, whether that is imposing cisness or transness. But if that's not like deliberately communicated, then like maybe it's a different conversation. And isn't Count Brocken a Nazi or something? Yes, he is. Is that not how you spell his name? Oh, is it a C? Hold on, let's take a look at him quick. Oh no, that's even worse. They also turned his insignia into a approximation of a Jewish star, a Star of David. Well, we'll definitely talk about him at some point, but I also want to see him like act actually in person. But yeah, we do have an iron cross on his jacket. Um, but like that is what I'm talking about though. Is like, do we take for granted his association um with like abjectly evil organizations, and then go, well, he's evil, and his approximation of like ward disability is also evil, and then we like extend that through, right? Like I've said a number of times, and this just still just reinforces my point again. I don't think that's teaching us to do that, because like the degree to which Bracken is like his body is like changed or mutilated is far beyond the reaches of learning, but it is, I think, reinforcing and practicing if we already see that, if we are already like taught to see disability as something that is like worth shunning, and then by a parent who turns a cold eye to a veteran who's like begging on the streets, to a community that does not have like good accessibility support for someone who's in a wheelchair, right? Like those are very like small core kernel elements that you're going to see on the day that are going to teach you, and then you see like the absurdity of someone like Bracken on your TV show, and then go like that reinforces that belief that you're already establishing. And maybe you're listening, and probably if you were thinking this, you probably would have already turned me off a long time ago. But if you're still here for whatever reason and you're listening, um, and you're like, this is like way too absurd. Like, why are you making this political? Like, I will stop feeling the need to describe this as political when art itself stops being political. Like, everything says something, and everything comes with a bias to it. And if we're unwilling to look at it, I think that's only doing us harm. Like, what we do with it afterwards is like up to each person, or like how much you think that matters to you is definitely up to you. But I didn't even need to like take that far of a dive to be able to reach that, and it's like pretty right on there. I mean, again, look at Voltace V, look at Voltace 5. It was banned in the Philippines because it presented fascism in a way that was unbecoming of what the dictator wanted it to be. Like, those aren't my words, those are words from a political organization, right? Like, this stuff does matter. It does contribute. Like, if the people that feel like they're being represented as the totalitarian or fascist leaders are looking at it and going, I feel represented by this, then like that is just part of the conversation. So like, I'm always going to be thinking about those things too, as much as it's like fun to just talk about like big monster or like big skeleton with commas for ears. The like way in which this like relates to the rest of the world, like to the rest of the world that you are actually experiencing, is to me still part of character design too. With Bracken, it's always more like a body mod than a disability. I mean, yeah, right. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it is framed that way, then I think it's a different conversation. But like, I want to see the show frame it that way, rather than like I could interpret it that way. But that's why that's why I want to see. That's why we're not like talking about his design so much yet. Where I like want to see what the show actually has to say about it. Politics is not politics. There's a difference in universal politics and forcing real politics. I mean, yeah, that is also true. There is like a difference between like actively like I think you should vote for candidate A because of issue B that he is talking about, versus like, please think globally and specifically about the media that you are interpreting. Looking to fantasy to dream is important. Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't need my fantasy to be realistic all of the time, but I do want my fantasy to say something about the world that I am living in, because like, also kind of what is the point? Being able to like take a pause is good, but if your pauses are more than restful, then like I think you start hurting yourself some. So I do want my media to be able to like say something that I can carry these messages through. And not just my media. If I'm like I said, I'm trying to think about this also in terms of like, as a kids show, like this is framed for children first. Like I don't need to have been a teacher to also tell you that like, the earlier you are when you are learning these lessons, the more they are ingrained and the more behavior that you will enact. So trying to instill a sense of thoughtfulness and curiosity and like genuine understanding earlier is also more crucial. So like I'm going to have a harder line on kids shows and how they present things because it's like way more moralizing and way more like baseline information. But yes, to return to the visual design, thank you for letting me have my tangent. This is like constantly my brain is doing it 24/7. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry, but sometimes it's gonna end up coming out if we're talking about designs like this, especially when we have like such polarizing elements like Rocket, or like, you know, we'll do this when we get to Gear and Zombie from Gundam also, or just like the Zombie family in general. But I think another element of why this creature is monstrous is also just how these are not working the way that they seem like they should. These are very cudgel shaped. They look like they should be a melee weapon and are not. They don't have to be. And like this is like, I think this is probably one of the larger stretches I'm making, but I don't think it's not right. That like something is also off about its design insofar as like how it's using its elements. Like this is way more useful. Like for instance, here on its claws, right? If these were on its arms, it could like smash you with them way easier than it can kick. It already looks so top heavy. Like this is not getting up to the Massacre's head to kick it, I don't think. So there's also something off about the like fact that it's like can't use all of its effects to their greatest potential. Though something like these claws, something like these spikes do also communicate this like danger, stay away from me, right? Like a lot of animals do this. Like I don't need to tell you this. But it is like very good basic storytelling to have like a design to go, you know, these enemies are dangerous. Don't touch them, stay away from them. And the Mazinger is like, nope, I'm going to be in melee with it. We do also have these like weird little nipple laser deals. I think these shoot electricity or lightning or something. But this show also really likes placing projectile in the like torso area. Like the breast fire is like on it's literally in the name. The Diana, the Aphrodite, and the Venus all have the like boob missiles. That we like this like core torso projectile element. I'm not sure fully what to do with it, but it like feels worthwhile to point it out right now. It is like our like quaternary color. We have like I said before, we like our primary color is this like lime, this like off lime green, or like olive green, sorry. Then we have purples, then we have yellows as our like accent color. And like this orange and pink are close enough to each other that I'm willing to call the like accents. Yeah, so right, so off olive is primary, purple is secondary, yellows are tertiary, and then this like orange pink is like quaternary or accent. But it definitely draws your eye to the middle. We have like, again, good visual language. We have like a perfect like split symmetry down the middle, if not for his arm being out, right? But like these are divided in a way that they go half and half. So you could also just as easily vibe that like we cut this in half, other legs are out here, and you could just have like have a line of 3 down the middle too. But unfortunately, I don't have much thoughts about these otherwise. I do like so here's what we're talking about with like where I was wondering about the grotesque element, right? Like it's not enough just to beat the monster though, especially for super robots. We do need to see these enemies like go to pieces. There is something about like it's not, sometimes shows like the defeat to be one of like spirit or like breaking someone's like value, whereas a lot of super shows, we need everything to be physically broken to prove the point of the victory. Like even the heroes come back usually very destroyed because we can't have a hero nowadays without having them be tested in the fires of war. So we need our villains to get thrashed up as a promise that also potentially our heroes can experience this too, I think. The fact that the insides are yellow is good. Like we're pulling this like tertiary design internally. So this looks distinctly visually very different than the rest. Like we can't mistake this as anything but damage. Like something has gone wrong here in a way that is not like core to their gone wrong design. And like yellow is also like, this yellow is like a sickly color, so this fits for being inside. right? Like this could have just been just as easily dark because like why would you color the inside of something? But this like this kind of yellow is also where it's like the body is like covered in pus kind of coloring. So this also says something about it being evil, and like this color of yellow is also definitely something we like color, like we use to color things evil regularly, like again from like very basic mythology sources, which I guess is like my one last point. Then I will end discussion for the day because we've already been here for I think over an hour. Is we have the like quintessential villain energy of they have red eyes. Like again, you don't need me to tell you. Look at the vast majority of monsters. They have red or yellow eyes because that is just like that's like how we represent villains. Almost every D&D character, almost every D&D monster uses this as a signifier for like evil. Like red means stop, red means danger. It is the thing that is constantly prowling in the forest, what is like just beyond the shadows. They can always see you, and you can see just the amount of them to warn you that they are present. So it follows that one of the very first villains is, you know, keeping with that design that is already so like tried and familiar. Oh, I guess I missed a couple things. Hold on, let's walk it back a second or two. But looking too closely can be harmful too, especially if you want to enjoy it. Oh yeah, no, I ruin literally all of my media constantly because I can't not stop looking close. I guess that's like I guess I should like maybe warn that every once in a while with these. Maybe I'll put that as a warning at the front of like the supercut of all of this, is that like I will analyze my media into oblivion because I'm so much more interested in picking it apart than like keeping it together. But I also recognize that that's like not at all the speed for most people. Bottom spikes for people range, destroying the living spaces. Yeah, I do wish we got to see that a little bit more. Like primarily when they're like annihilating like people stuff, it's mostly these like beams that they cross together. They just like sort of laser it a lot. But like I could see that, though. These robots are like pretty big. You're not like spiking people that effectively. I guess it would have to be like more for buildings and things. You could like punt the bottom of a building pretty well and like take it out. But then again, like those like spikes like that are way better at trying to like pierce through armor than like a lot of buildings are structurally not very strong to like this level of impact. You could probably just as easily whack it with an unspiked something and get that building down. Though like I do hear you and think that like yeah, no, that's probably fair. That like the spike says that it could do that, even if it's not necessarily functional for doing that. Yellow is envy, poison, green is also greedy. Yeah, that is true, right? Or we say like, or they say we also do green with envy. Yeah, which is like, it's a shame that we don't get to see the robots act a little bit more, which I think one of the reasons why I was always drawn to real robots a little bit more, because like we don't get to see much personality out of these characters. They're mostly like their abilities as a way to like test the Mazinger's abilities more so than like it's not like the Doubless and the Garda woke up one morning and they were like, you and me, best of duos, best of bandits, let's go out and smash up the town. And they act on their own, like they are controlled and domineered, so like we don't get to see their behavior as much. But yeah, I think it's worth trying to ask if we can like follow through some like generalized color design across a lot of the Mazinger enemies. Like, are we going to see a lot of these yellows and a lot of these colored greens and a lot of these colored purples again to get these like, yeah, these like 7 deadly sins levels of like color theory out of them? But that will remain for a future day. Like I said, I want to talk about the Garda because they're like usually paired together, but I've already been here for a half hour over the end of stream time, so we'll have to save that one. Not to mention, when you compare things 50 years ago, some things were very different. So things were wrong morally or factually. Yeah, I mean, that is true too, right? Like that's why I'm like also trying to like, that's why I was trying to save some amount of my conversation about Baron Oserat, or like I said earlier, and one of these other ones that like, I don't know if they were afforded. Oh no, I said this in the alpha playthrough. Like, I don't know if they were afforded the like studio broadcasting, or like the actors were afforded the ability to even use they them pronouns. Like, was that a concept that they would have had access to? or like trying to think about, you know, what animation was happening at the time, not just comparing the animation to what we are doing now, right? Because like it's going to always look very different then. But it's valuable to interpret based on what you were experiencing presently. Like that is valid too. But you know, the story is not complete if you're not thinking about what is happening contemporaneously. It's like one of my favorite things with mythology, right? There's so many heckin' water gods for so many religions because they just like did not have the same modern understanding of water as we did. Like Greece has an ocean god that's for the ocean ring outside of the planet because that's just like how they conceived of the world. Like you need to understand how they thought to like make that make sense, right? But yeah, that's where I'll leave things for today. This is an off week, so I will not be streaming tomorrow, which is fine because I have a lot of work to do. I got to finish up the second part of that tier list. We'll be talking about C, D, and all of the weird little exceptions. And hopefully, if I can get through it fast enough, I'll tack the a little baby bonus tier list for the first 4 scenarios of R in there too. I'm not going to do it this week because I just like haven't gotten around to it yet, but I think my plan for Alpha is I will do it every Wednesday, and then every Friday that I am not streaming, I will do an Alpha video. It just won't be this Friday, but I think that's going to make the most sense. So you'll get 3 Alpha videos every 2 weeks. But yeah, that will be, oh, hold on. No, definitely, they, them is new. And in some languages, very problematic. I mean, yeah, there's definitely, especially in languages that are inflective, they, them is, like, we need to think about how that's being being inserted. But it's certainly not new. Maybe some of the ways we approach it are newer, but like, if you go back to like 1400s, 1500s theater, they were using singular they, thems all of the time when they were like personifying morals. Like the spirit of charity or like the spirit of bravery were like regularly given singular they, thems. Or like plenty of other languages have had like odd exceptions to this. Like again, see the Philippines. A lot of their like early deities, like triple digits years, had like non-binary presentations or like non-binary expectations of gender. So point to that, do some research, or just send them to me and I'll set them straight. If people are like, no, they, them is only in the last 20 years. Like, people have always found ways to express something beyond like a binary singular kind of identity. We've all been weirdos and we're all the best for it. And on that very Austin note, I will bid you all farewell, and if you would like to follow me back through this journey, I will meet you back here on Sunday. Remember, Sundays are 5 to 9 rather than my normal stream time at 4 to 8. So I will catch you then, but for now, it's dinner time for me. So good evening, everyone.